Democrats are crooks. Everybody is basically a crook. So you should vote for the crook that you like the best. So I don't really care. I don't know what's happening with William Webster or Mel Conahan. I don't know who's right, who's wrong, who you should vote for. I don't know. I don't really care. It's none of my business, and, you know, it's Missouri, you know, who cares what happens here? I certainly don't. But the mad Russian doesn't like William Webster. And he was, well, interviewing him recently, and here it is. This is Channel 9, and the big, great debate between Mel Conahan and William Webster. The mad Russian was there, and now, through the miracle of videotape, you are too.
Well, you know, we've tried to talk about issues. I think we have different points of view in this campaign. I think it's fair to raise the issue that when our opponent says that we full-time and go contracting as long as hundreds of thousands of dollars and then say, vote for me because I won't be a do-nothing candidate, I'll do things. We say, what things are you talking about? What have you done in the last 4 years? I think that's fair game. The tax issue is a very different issue. We have very different fundamental positions on this issue, and they're very well known in this campaign. We up and down the line. Voters have a real clear choice. You have a failed, obsolete liberal vision of tax and spend, and you have a conservative vision. It's created 300,000 more jobs in the state of Missouri. And Mel wants to attack about us. He wants to lie about our record. That's his choice.
What about the McCarthy spots? Are they outlined?
Well, I think they're absolutely fair. Mel Carnahan, in my opinion, is running the sleaziest campaign in the history of the state of Missouri, and I think it's fair game. You know, we had to think long and hard. We let this garbage pass for about 6 weeks, but you reach a point where you just have to stand up and say this is wrong and this man's lying, and that's exactly what.
So, was there a clear winner in this debate, do you think?
Oh, the voters will decide that in November. I hope people watched it because they understand what the differences are. I think we made our points.
Mr. Webster, you've been avoiding me. Excuse me.
Right now, that's because you're a jerk.
Why do you second injury causes you personal expensive pound?
Hey, watch out now.
Why are you trying to grab the mic out of my hand? Why does a fascist like you use Joe McCarthy as an issue, sir? Can we get some help here? Can we get some help? What about freedom of the media, please? I don't know. I need to ask you, Mr. Webster, you're avoiding us. Would you get this guy out of here? Whoa.
Whoa is right.
Hands off.
Can we get some help with these ones? You're a guy. He's nuts.
Bill Webster is nuts.
Get that, everybody. Hang on a second. What's going on?
Bill Webster is scared of me. I don't know what's going on. I have some. I work for Kevin and Joe Morning Show on KSD.
Okay. I'll tell you what. Why don't we? Hang on.
I'm just doing my job, sir.
Hang on.
As a member
We need
of the
to deal
media.
with the responsible press, and we need to
I am
get
more
them out of here.
responsible than majority of the legitimate press, sir. And I'm a lot more responsible than Bill Webster. The Attorney General of the state of Missouri is scared of this Russian immigrant. Isn't it great? The Attorney General has my file.
Well, what's your position with KSDK?
Okay, I'm not with KSDK.
Well, how come you're carrying a thing with KSDK on?
Okay, there is no K on there. I am a freelance for KSD Radio.
Sorry.
Morning show.
Gonzo journalist.
Okay, so you're a freelancer for KSD Radio.
Slash Gonzo.
I love this stuff. I love this shit so fucking much. I know there's no one there. You're getting a little bit of a Brooks first It's the way it works today. Once in a while, it's going to work this way. Sunday and I both have other shit besides In the Fold. In the Fold is kind of becoming both of our focus, but this is a news thing. And it's a news thing with a weird angle, and we both have other stuff. I've got my Hard Theory channel, Quarantine Collective, DGQC on YouTube, DGQC everywhere. And I don't think I should integrate my anti-Oedipus readings here. Just as a guess. I don't think that would probably go over with what we're trying to build. Conversely, Sunday has a very, especially the Canadian stuff, but he has a very particular bent of how he wants to do his stuff. So, it's like, once in a while, we're going to keep the schedule because what matters is that we're consistent. What matters, in my mind, is that we keep building this and that it builds to being something on its own. He's doing political shit right now. It's not our Fridays. Our Fridays are not political shit. It's the thing we talked about a while ago. All week, we're going to do really hard political content, and it ends up getting depressing. Like it is. I don't think I'm going to get anyone to fight me on that. But Fridays, I don't want to do it every day. It's hard enough. Yesterday's stream was really difficult. The day before as well. We are in a time where if you are paying attention, there is a doomer reality to things. It's tough to do this alone. I have a family. I have kids, and I have a life, and to have this beat the shit out of you, it takes a lot out of you every day to do this hard. This is why a lot of people do what we would call YouTube slop content. It's just because it's very much easier to go, look at how stupid people are. We're going to do some of that today. Don't worry. That's what Friday's for. But Sunday and I were like, that's not the thing we want to really make. We want to critique. We don't want to criticize. We don't want to do arguments and resentment. We want to, how do we talk about the news in a different way? We're still figuring it out, but it can't be every day. I don't think it's the setup, because fuck. I mean, we have the good news. The good news is Social Security is going to be going out again, apparently. Here's one of the monkeys I mentioned. He's very excited. He's a very excited monkey. How you doing, monkey?
Hey, that's me.
It is you. That's right. What are you up to? What have you been doing? Okay. That is... He's just going to have fun. But it's a lot. It's a lot every day. It's a lot to sort of hit you with over and over and over. So that thing, every day. There's good stuff that exists in the world. Video games, movies, hobbies, conversations, hilarious silliness. What is normally videos and YouTube slop as it exists. That's fun. It's fun. It feels good. It is a way to release steam and a way to blow stuff off. I'm down. And yesterday was, it was a lot. I think we're going to avoid talking about it today, but we're, again, this is stuff we care about. And I think you see it take a toll on other people. I've watched Emma on Majority Report burst into tears in the middle of a stream. I've watched Sam not be able to talk for a few minutes and having to take a break. It gets to you, and it is an onslaught. And it happens to everyone. So for us, Fridays are a day. I don't want to deal with it here. He's got more stuff he wants to do on his channel. That's fine. I'm not going to shit all over Sunday. He's got his stuff he's building, but ain't my jam. Not today. Not today. Some fun stuff I've been doing, though, is we've been doing, on the QC streams, I've been doing my own thing, the Elephant Project, where I'm trying to figure out how to rebuild a narrative structure that can respond to stories. And I've been building an AI that can have these things and help us find stuff and generate stuff, which is exciting. Yes, Monkey?
Can you play Evil Genius 2?
Can I play Evil Genius 2? I can later. Right now, I am ostensibly working. Can you say hi to everyone? Say it loud.
That's a new screen.
Yes. Can you say hi loudly? Come on.
Their microphone isn't moving. I'll wait till their microphone is moving.
That's the old stream. So how it works is, see right here? This is the camera. The camera is sending a signal out to the internet. And the internet is sending a signal to all the people who are watching. And right now we have how many people?
24.
That's right. And they are over there typing. But for it to go all over there, it only can go so fast. So there's a little bit of lag because of the speed of light is a problem. And so that is a few moments behind. Isn't that interesting?
No.
No. Okay. Thank you. All right, love you, bud. Go. Go upstairs with mom and sister. Come on. Thank you very much, Dexy. I know. Yeah, I know. I love you, bud. Mwah. All right, go. Go, you butt. Go, you butt. Go, you butt. Your butt. Go. Go with your sister. Go. Go. Come on. All right, don't push it. Go with your sister. We'll play some Evil Genius 2 later. Go.
No.
No, okay. He's 7. Children are clingy. That's what they do. That's their thing. That's your job. Your job is to teach them the proper clinginess. And it's a difficult one. Because you don't want to turn them into someone who's starved for attention or who has problems with intimacy because the lack of physical touch as they were growing up, because their parents were generally not the type who really held them or touched them very often, and often were mostly using words or kind of other things, put you in different situations so you have a lot of intimacy issues as you grow up. And it takes a lot of years of therapy to sort of work through that on top of other trauma they may experience. You don't want to do that. I mean, I don't want to do that. So, yeah, it's nice. And he's a little butthead, and it's great. It's fantastic. That's what Fridays are. Fridays are chilling and doing that. I've been working on the Elephant Project, and we're rebuilding. I'm going to be putting out, and I'm having Sunday record some. I'm going to hit up Kid Not Ken and a few other people and see if they can record some with the same general format to make what I would say are more slop-focused, but really broad-aimed things around the Signal chat with a very particular type of script and angle. And I think there's some fun to be had there. So that's going to be like my thing. But I'm not going to spend 2 hours on this stream talking about that. That's the setup. So in the fold, as it is, it comes from, we were talking, again, as I was saying, we were doing origami, and we noticed that as you fold things together, the pieces in the corners come together in different ways. And this thing that happens when you fold, it's not so much that you get rid of the stuff on the inside. No, you actually bring things together in really odd ways, and they become sort of ensconced within le pli. So that's the name of the channel. We do our own shit. This is where we fold together. In theory. So Sunday at some point will be raiding into us and joining us, and I'm excited for that. But for now, I kind of want to talk about how Fridays will probably generally go. We have a handful of things we want to talk through, mostly bullshitting. We're going to talk about movies. We're going to talk about some game stuff. And he wants to talk about Cruelty Squad's sequel. I want to talk about it as well. We got some things there. I want to watch something that happened today that is political, but it's hilarious because I think it's a little theory organized. It's Trump, but it's not super depressing. Trump tried to define a woman as a joke, and I really like it because he makes the point. It's my favorite part of any time that the conservatives do this thing. Of course I can define a woman. And then they'll use these esoteric idioms in order to do it. And it's like, good job. Good job. Thank you for showing me that exactly what we're saying is right in every single way. And you're too stupid to understand otherwise. So it's, I think it's very special. And again, it's the same as Matt Walsh's documentary. Ultimately, he couldn't define a woman either. And that's funny. But again, this is resentment humor, but it makes you feel better. So what are you going to do? You know, like, what are you going to do? I'm not going to be a dick about this stuff. It is what it is. But I do want to sort of have that conversation. We'll wait for Sunday for that stuff. And then let's see. What did I have for myself today? Mostly, it was actually just prepping because we're not going to be terribly too long, just us. But let's see. I had a couple of little mini fun news stories that I thought might be interesting for us to go through. One moment. Yeah, we'll do a couple of these things because I consider Fridays Resentment Day. Like I don't know how else to put it. It sounds terrible when I phrase it like that because it's like what I scream about not doing, but fuck, I can only handle so much of everything else. I'm a sucker for little yogurt cups, by the way. So that's, I got extremely ill traveling. And ever since then, it helps me going. Come on. Boop, 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 boop. 2 seconds, everyone. All right.
Money. The lizard portal isn't open. It is, and coyotes are among us.
Thank you very much, Insomnia. It's appreciated. Let's see. Oh, come on. I had these links set up, and now they're all gone because I suck. That's okay. It just took 2 minutes. All right. Wanted to talk about our friend Elon Musk. That's what most of these articles are kind of about because a lot of stuff's happened with him in the last couple of days that is more funny than newsworthy. And so the ability for us to have that conversation, of course, we'll do that. And Sunday will join when he does. I think it'll be fine. Boop, 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 boop. That's not the one. Go there. I think you're the right one. Nope. I have this open on 2 tabs. That's the tough part. There you go. All right. Elon, who is a fragile little billionaire, who's somehow got all the political power in the world, more money than anyone else on the planet, and has an adoring legion of fans who adore him. For some reason, is the most thin-skinned, pathetic human on the planet. As someone who is a free speech absolutist, as he has always said, and of course, all of that's bullshit, and that's why I kind of like these stories, he apparently has been sending notes to Reddit to delete posts he doesn't like and to try to get the subreddit enough Musk spam banned because he doesn't like them. And I'm all for this. I'm all for Elon and like the full on, like, cause he is a Nazi. And so it's like, the more that this happens is great. According to a new report in The Verge, Musk has privately contacted Reddit CEO Steve Huffman regarding content on the social sharing platform. Shortly after the correspondence between Musk and Huffman, a thread about Doge employees was deleted. The subreddit where the thread was started, White People Twitter, was banned for 72 hours. So again, free speech. Silicon Valley is all one giant thing. Don't ever think otherwise. Don't ever think that Silicon Valley is anything but one giant nightmare. Don't ever think otherwise. Ever. We're going to change the stream name to Having Fun at Elon's Expense, because that's funny. This is not like a minor thing, because it's this has to do with, if you remember, so he's got these assholes running the country the Doge dickheads who he kept under wraps for a long time, who finally, I think, have unmasked themselves, and they're doing like 60 Minutes interviews today, which is its own fucking whole thing. But when they got outed, again, when people who are at the highest levels of government were outed by Reddit, Reddit Lies on Twitter posted it, and Elon Musk posted that they broke the law, contacted Steve Huffman, and immediately all of this started. And they went down this thing. Reddit usually only does things against violent content. It wasn't known until now Musk had personally filed a complaint with the company's CEO. Musk also called it insane that some subreddits had banned the ability to post links to X. It's unclear if Musk brought up that complaint. As of publishing, no actions taken in that way. While some of the comments in the thread could be perceived as threatening and taken down regardless, it's concerning. It's concerning that Musk can make private requests to CEOs of third-party companies regarding content decisions. And more concerning is that they listen. Concerning, as Elon likes to say. Concerning, as it goes. It's fucking wild. It's just crazy. But as he's showing himself to be one of the most unpopular people online, one sec. If you haven't seen the wonderful, wonderful town halls, Elon town hall response, he's being hated and booed kind of across the country, and YouTube is not letting that go to the top, is it? Jesus Christ. Republican town halls. I don't want to. Come on. Yeah, we'll do this one. This is fine. See if CNN hits me with anything. It's a good thing. I'm very happy about this. I know there's no audio right now. I'm waiting for the actual part. Because people are pissed and they are doing shit. Like that opener, which I really enjoyed. The guy confronting the politician, which I appreciate.
If you would like to run for office, run for office. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I love this guy. I just love the.
Because I'm not going to get my way when my people are being slaughtered, and I want you to stop funding them. If you would like to run for office, run for office. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I appreciate that. I just do. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. It just makes my day. It just makes my day.
You are the most soulless piece of crap I've ever seen.
It just feels good. This is what Fridays are at the Fold. This is Fridays at the Fold.
Your opinion. Soulless. Sir, get off the sir. Get off the stage right now.
Yeah. By the way, we are real close to this being more.
And in Wyoming, Republican Harriet Hagman was showered with booze. This
was my favorite. If you aren't going to town halls, look up town halls in your area. Please go. Please go. It's easy. It's free. And I have a feeling they will be a very good community building exercise, because you're probably not going to run into anyone at any of these who are cheering Elon. As an example, even in Wyoming, I grew up in Colorado. Wyoming's where we would drive to get booze when I turned 18 and to buy fireworks. Completely legally, I promise. And that was it, because if you haven't been through like Laramie or other places in Wyoming, there's not a lot unless you're very, very rich and you live in one of these very specific enclaves like the Cheneys.
After seeming to downplay the sweeping cuts to federal jobs at the hands of Elon Musk and Doge.
Here's the only thing that Doge has done, which is it's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government. But here's the thing.
What am I drinking? Tea. It's an Earl Grey. That's it. I love it.
You are with federal government.
I'm just how obsessed you are with the federal government. Like, what a fucking awful human. And this is their fucking congressman, senator. Sorry.
Stop. Which is it's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government. But here.
It's bizarre to me how obsessed you are with the federal government. It's terrible.
Here's the thing.
Everyone's screaming. It is standing room only there, by the way. It's good.
Calm down. All Doge is doing is, you guys are going to have a heart attack if you don't calm down. I'm sorry. You're already having heart attacks. It's just really over the top.
See, this feels good. This feels good, right? This feels good. I agree. I'm gonna pull a couple of these clips out. We're gonna make them a thing. Boop. I'll grab them. I'll grab them later.
What Doge is doing is it's the closest thing to it is the closest thing to zero-based budgeting that we've seen. Why would you be opposed? Why would you be opposed to us looking on a line-by-line basis whenever you...
From an immigrant from South Africa who wasn't elected! He wasn't elected!
And then she just fucking leaves. She's just done.
Well, CNN's Arlette Saenz is with.
I have enjoyed the shit out of all of these things. And this is across the board. This is across the board happening everywhere. And it just feels just good.
Last night in Michigan, and she was pressed by some constituents asking when she's going to step up more in the way that people like Alexandria Ocasio.
Don't be sad knowing that people voted for this. Here's the thing. I did a video of this on the QC. The thing to remember is that voting isn't like a hyper intellectual exercise for the vast majority of people. People vote invested emotionally in their interests, where they perceive whatever can arouse their interests is what they vote for. And if they can't, they don't. Voting isn't actually that complex of a thing. It's not this hyper psychological profile of getting, well, here are these demographics. Here's how we get them to think about us. And like, that's politicking James Carville bullshit. The reason that people vote is because they're invested in what is being told. And especially when one candidate, like say Kamala Harris or a Hillary Clinton, is not saying shit that you can get emotionally invested in. And in fact, they stop Waltz from doing that. If you didn't know, go read about it. There's a lot that's come out about how they made sure Waltz wouldn't say anything negative or that he wouldn't go on the attack against Vance again. Like shit that people were getting excited about, right? People get excited. Do you know what Donald does? The Trump? He got people excited. And he got a lot of people excited who are, we can call them very stupid. I think that's a very fair thing to say generally. Who are not tricked, but who saw in him their ability to vote for something because there was no alternative given. The left has failed for most of my life, by the way, most of my life. The exception is the depressing one in the last 20 years. But most of my life to give an actual alternative to the Republican message of, you know, a general cruelty mixed with compassion and nihilism and privatization. The government just wants to take everything. The idea of the bureaucrats and the government on high being terrifying, but ultimately where they want to concentrate power. That's been normal. That's been from Reagan all the way through. That's Trump. That's nothing new. The Democrats didn't offer anything against that. Bill Clinton won because he offered the Republican message. If you don't want to go back and look, you can tell. He won because he offered the same message, but he was far more charismatic than George Bush Sr. by like a fucking wide goddamn margin. And then the only one that offered like a secondary path that people went nuts for was Obama. Change. And it wasn't change that was nebulous. It was a genuine way of talking about the way things could be different and how governance can work and how we can be involved and how we need to get back to community organizing, which he came from. And it really, I know people who cried the day he was inaugurated. I knew people who flew from San Francisco and LA, friends of mine, who flew to DC for his inauguration because they were so emotionally moved and invested. That thing, like, he defeated the shit out of his opponents because they didn't offer an alternate to him. And he failed. And his failure is so spectacular and so awful. It does a lot of what Zizek talks about when he says that the nature of the Soviet Union collapsing is one of the great tragedies. Aside from all of the clearly, world tolls, life tolls, everything that came from it. But in itself, it dispossessed the entire left and the communist movement of the time. It ruined the word communist for forever. It's damaging across the board, and it just kind of eliminated this idea of anyone opposing America. He's not wrong. It was a really weird thing to watch and go through and see kind of what happened. Obama was take two of that because you saw a left rebound, and it was a progressive center left, center right, sure, but it was still far better as a messaging than what we've had with, Biden or Hillary or anyone else. The only reason Biden won is because everyone was terrified and sick of Trump, and also because more people voted thanks to mail-in voting. So the investment people had to have in voting, that thing, the left and Democrats can't get, because they don't understand that it takes that investment. So don't necessarily think, oh, it's sad that people voted for Trump and they're getting these responses. They're more politically engaged than anyone on the left who is just sort of bitching about the whole thing. Like, I've gone to a couple of these meetings. I don't see a lot of people with my color hair. Only a couple. There's none of the SJW types, the lefties. There's a handful of community organizers. You see them for sure. But it's a lot of very active people. And the active people, they're not on the left right now. So go, do that, get involved, be those people, because that's the only way this shifts. These people, I'm not going to say they get what they deserve. That's not how I would put it at all. They're involved in the actual political process of America. They're invested enough to get over the humps that it took to vote in this last election. The trouble, the difficulties, the nightmares, the investment, they did those things. They are the political class. So the political class made this choice, and now they're changing their mind. This is what politics is.
Cortez and Bernie Sanders have done in the party, and this was her answer.
I can't just chain myself to the White House and become an activist full time because you and others here are going to call me for things that you need. All of those things require me to be more than just an AOC. I can't do what she does because we live in a purple state and I'm a pragmatist.
Now, a bit.
It's probably one of the most reasonable responses there is. She is in a Michigan's difficult, but a lot of states are. You run into this problem. My district, let's talk about Washington's 3rd congressional. Marie Gluesenkamp Perez was the candidate we fought and got elected and reelected and beat Joe Kent, who's in the Signal chats, of course, twice. Fuck that guy. She is, we'll just say, upsetting a lot of people who are the core base that helped get that extra, I think it was 1,200 votes. She didn't win by a landslide. She won by a bit. And for her, she's trying and doing this thing. And it's not a good move, but it's a move of trying to walk that line and get people on the right more invested. This is the Democrats failing to understand that an alternative plan is where people can invest. So Marie's doing this sort of weird middle walking blue dog Democrat shit. And in Michigan, you're seeing the same thing instead of being bold, because boldness is risky.
Later today, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Senator Bernie Sanders will be in Nevada hosting one of their fighting.
Challenging President Trump and his agenda. And now we're seeing these town halls across the country. Voters saying what they want them to do.
Do the Democrats have a game plan?
There you go.
Can they get together?
Do you see this? This woman here in this fucking weather jacket, not even looking up, like defeated. She's defeated, and she's just like, please, can you do anything? Are you going to do something? Like, this is America. This isn't just like, oh, the Democrats. No, I mean, this is like 20% of Trumpers. This is a significant chunk of people, because as Trump does more and more, as they see that he's not the great leader that he is, and they have those cracks for him, it's the same as Musk fans who see various things happen and go, oh, shit. Stupid things. Like he lost a lot of support because he cheated at playing Path of Exile 2. Of all the things, that one went viral for sure. But this is, most Americans feel this because they want, hey, what's that other thing we can be doing? Is there another thing we can be doing? Please tell me that other thing we can be doing. No? There's no other thing? No. No, there's not. So what do we do? She's asking.
Game plan. Can they get together, the House and the Senate, and do something?
Trans people have been viciously targeted by this administration. What are you and other Democrats doing to
it? This is our activists. These are our people. Like this should feel good.
I hear Democrats talk about strategies for taking back Congress in the midterms. Will we even have a midterm? Will we even have future elections? So what is the plan to stop this?
Okay, so our next guest is somebody who thinks she has some answers to those questions. The founder and president of Run for Something, Amanda Littman. She's also the author of When We're in Charge.
I just like the title of her group, Run for Something,
which comes out in May.
Like the stream, subscribe, all that fun stuff. If you want to support us or me for the time being, but Sunday, because he'll be here in a moment, don't hesitate to drop a note and drop a thing and say, hey, what's going on? What's happening? Drop a note in the donos. It's in the chat. The Path of Exile thing was basically a perfect storm of hilarity as far as I'm concerned. For those of you who don't know, Elon Musk, and we can watch some of the videos. It's really fun. Elon Musk, for years, have been talking about how he's the top Diablo player in the world, like one of the top 20, which is not possible because he would have to be playing like 60 fucking hours a week. Right? But people still, like his idiot fans, thought he did this. Path of Exile 2 lands, and he immediately jumped onto that bandwagon. Now, what he had done is he had hired a guy to basically build his character up, get him to be the top, play this silly amount of time, and set up the bags and everything and name everything so that way when he played, he would figure it out. And the hubris that you have to have, by the way, to just go, well, I'm just going to be able to go right in. And he live streamed him playing. And anyone who's ever played Path of Exile would immediately know that something was wrong because he didn't know how to navigate the map. But anyone who hadn't played like PoE 2 may not notice, but he like bypassed stuff that's like a 1 in 1,000 or 1 in 10,000 drop. And he hadn't set things up, and he didn't play like a top 10% player, let alone a top 20 player. And it just became obvious. He denied it for a long time, and I don't know if he ever even came clean about it. But that lie destroyed people's view about him. A huge number of people. It was like, again, what are people invested in? And when you break that, what are they invested in? What are they invested in? I don't really want to listen to her. I want to talk about one more Elon thing that I get a kick out of is this. Elon tweeted fucking yesterday. Today. So he's doing super legal things by claiming that hey, if you register to vote, I'll give you money and you'll be entered into a sweepstakes. And then it just so happens that it's, not a sweepstakes because that would be illegal in the lottery system and the laws around these things. So bunch of shit. But he said that he's going to show up Sunday night and give a talk in Wisconsin. Interest is limited to those who have voted in the Supreme Court election because he's trying to get a lot of Republicans to turn out for this thing because he wants it to go in the Republican direction. If you're not familiar with Wisconsin, they've got, we'll just say, judicial issues. I will personally hand over 2 checks for $1 million each in appreciation for you taking the time to vote. This is super important. This tweet's gone. He deleted this. Did it go away? Huh. I wonder if they decided not to show up. Wonder if he realized, one, that he was doing is completely breaking law in like Wisconsin and America election law. It's insane shit to do. But to say, here's a public event. If you voted and you're politically active, you're free to get in. Did he think that would go well for him? I think he did. I think he is that stupid, which is pretty miraculous. Pretty miraculous. It's amazing. And just when you get into the level of these people, I'm just going through some of my favorite things I've seen in the last day or so. Because this little horrible non-American who somehow is involved in everything politically. I just like this quote. I like it. I think it's great. I like how these people work. I just like how these people work. It's fun. Because you got to remember, these are the enemies. These are the people we're working against. And they're for everyone. These are manipulating pieces of shit. This is what they're doing. This is what they're doing. It's fucking amazing. I find this stuff fascinating. Because the way that these people go and how they handle it is just incredible. It's amazing. I get a kick out of it. And we will get one more bit going here. Boop, 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 boop. No. If you aren't, it's one of the great subreddits. Enough Musk spam. Great if you ever need to pick me up at the beginning of the day. Right? Because you just get to see this fool saying really, really awful, dumb shit. Like this.
That caused it's the people pushing the prop.
Come on.
That caused that guy to do it. That caused that guy to do it. Those are the real villains here. And we're going to go after them. And the president's made it clear we're going to go after them. The ones providing the money, the ones pushing the lies and propaganda, we're going after them.
Going after people who say bad things about Tesla. That's what they're gonna do. Pretty great. I'm fascinated by this guy. I really am. And yeah, he's strung out to shit in that video. He is like Peter Thiel. If you haven't watched how these guys go, they are all and I say this as someone who very much was in the space of Silicon Valley and I have all of this shit. These people are fascinating. And there's there's a variety of people. I don't want to totalize it. I've met some founders that are extraordinary and just really, one of the guys who's the main architect of Slack. We've become somewhat friends. A really fantastic guy. He and his wife are really sort of reserved, and he doesn't like the space because he kind of just wants to do life. He wants to do fun, cool things. but he doesn't like this other side of the culture, the programmer, bro-vester shit that Elon and Thiel and all of the PayPal mafia people just exemplify to a huge degree.
Money.
And it's just
Oh
everywhere.
fuck, that means they're going to come after my Elon Musk is a Philip K. Dick villain shit posting group.
Elon Musk is a Philip K. Dick villain. Yeah, I could see it. I think he works in a lot of, actually he would work in a lot of stories. I wonder if you could just have an AI rewrite all of Philip K. Dick's stories that have villains and just put Elon in them and then resell the entire thing or just put it up for piracy. That would be an idea that you could do. Thank you, by the way, for the tip, InsomniaWar. If you want to donate and keep things floating, the biggest thing you can do is to like the stream or subscribe to the channel, because we are trying to grow beyond our little subscriber base, trying to find ways to get out to new people. The easiest way to do that is if you like, if you subscribe, if you do all those things that give us a little bit of a boost, that move things a little bit further. Because, you know, this is our more mainstream show. Again, I don't make this announcement during my Anti-Oedipus streams for obvious reasons. I'm not sure that will ever go mainstream. So, you know, I was listening yesterday to Brooks talk about how incest really never existed. It's a real thing I've done a lot. Yep. It's a lot. But this is where we are today. This is what we're doing. It's fun. It's a more relaxed overall setup. That's the idea. So how are you guys doing on this Friday? Anything? Streams on DNR can go popular. I don't think that's reality. I think DNR may be more difficult than Anti-Oedipus. Anti-Oedipus, at least I could lie and say, you know, we want to be schizo. DNR is tougher. All of this stuff, much more difficult. Different beast in a thing. It's tough. But we will see. We will see. Let's see. I didn't have a lot lined up as the more entertaining shit for the day. Because I was kind of figuring by this point I would have a co-host. However, let's see what we can sort of put together. Pardon me. Let's see what we've got going on. Anything. Sunday is arguing with a silly guy. I feel like I should do Streamception, but I'm not really in the mood to watch Sunday just argue with some moron. This is not for my theory space. I need to be careful about that. I need to be careful about that. I need to be careful about that. But boop, 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 boop. 1 second. We've got another thing coming. I know what I want to talk about. We'll do that, and then I've got another. There's a couple, like, they're depressing-ish stories, but I think, yeah, we're going to skip the sad ones, skip the sad ones, skip the sad ones. Let's see. And we'll do that one. These are two fun, I think. Basic stories, nothing too crazy. So we'll continue on the fun stuff. It's a Musk. It's more Musk. Elon Musk is bragging now about how much he controls Donald Trump. And it's showing. Musk's intent to limit repercussions for targeting Tesla to those in power is already proven to be untrue as local governments morph to please the White House and bend to Musk's will. On Monday, Washington's Metropolitan Police revealed that 2 people accused of vandalizing a Tesla windshield will be charged with political hate speech. But the world's richest man can only play the victim for so long. Customers around the world are voting against Tesla's success with their wallets, refusing to tap into the brand due to Musk's new political alignment. That's affected Tesla on the stock exchange just as much as it's ruffled company executives and major investors, several of whom have jumped ship to save their pockets. Just because we're here, we're going to do a quick Tesla stock price check. Now it's a little up from where it was. Good for that. So looks like it's up 1% up 1 for the week, so 0.5% for the week. Nice. It's down 20% in the month. And then let's see, we're going to see where it pops, and it's significantly down. It's significantly down from its peak. Still way down. So, yeah, it's up 50% over the last year. That's not meaning a lot.
New guy here, Ken, ham radio operator and UTV excursions, hence the name.
Good to have you here, fellow ham operator. A hobby I used to have once upon a time. Expensive hobby. It's I picked Eurorack. It fixes the desire I have to fiddle with shit, so I can solder and I can do all that stuff. It's slightly more. It's less expensive, more random, and more odd-ended. So, but it's good to have you here, UTV and ham operator. It's a good hobby, by the way, for those who enjoy that thing. Thank you for joining and very much appreciate the donation and tip. We love it. So yeah, Tesla's doing just great. This setup and what's happening here is going to be really fascinating as we go. Because really, the defacing of Teslas, I mean, who gives a shit? Like, I'm losing no sleep. The guy who shot up a Tesla dealership, like, fuck him. Like, don't do that. That's stupid. But, you know, the rest of it, I'm kind of, I don't mind if Sunday doesn't show up. I'm good with this. We'll move on. And, we'll give them 10 minutes, and then we're just going to move on to the fun stuff. We're just going to enjoy ourselves. But I want to talk about this too, because once upon a time, so the White House press pool is a really interesting thing, or at least it used to be. The White House press pool is actually managed by a semi-independent group of press conglomerate sort of representatives. And the idea is, the press pool are people who always have to be on call. They're always there. They always have someone who's there. They always have people who are ready to go at a moment's notice, because you never know when the White House is going to have shit to talk about. They don't do it like 2:00 every day is the only time when things happen. You have to have someone there, multiple people there, actually, in reality, because shit happens in the middle of the night. People have to be ready to go. Photographer, like, it's a whole thing. So the White House press corps has kind of managed who handles that. And what they do is they look at everyone and they kind of go, okay, who has capabilities? It's not just so much who do they want to give access to, it's who can have access, because just giving someone access is really weird, because a spot, there's only so many spots, that gets held by someone who's not going to really do much with it is wasted. But also saddling someone or a newspaper or a television station or anything with that responsibility when they don't really have the pocketbook for it is also kind of cruel, because they will spend for it and they really don't, as a thing, do that. He's been talking to that loser for 45 minutes. I can't watch. I can't watch. That's this is why I don't bring on people, because I just have. I deal with enough of that shit otherwise. But Tim Pool has been added to the White House press pool. The beanie himself. Timcast is one of the press pool covering Donald Trump. here's the thing. It's really weird, but Trump's the first to do this. The White House stripped the Washington, D.C. press corps of its authority to decide who among its correspondents are part of the rotation of reporters assigned to follow the president. This opened the door for the White House to bring in sympathetic podcasters and influencers, even as it banned the Associated Press itself from participating in the pool. So what we've got is, as much as everyone, and again, just presume with conservatives that it's projection. Oh, the Obama and Biden only had people on their side in there, except they always had all these others. And literally now the White House has enforced people who are intensely sympathetic and in fact fully willing to lie for the same position and for the structure of power. So Tim Pool, who sucks, and Tim Pool does suck pretty hard, is now doing this. And it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy to me. And yes, he's one of the Russia guys who got so much money from Tenet Media that it's absolutely stunning. It's the kind of thing, Sam Cedar points out, that if you don't ask, hey, you're wanting to pay 100x what anyone else is willing to pay for our content. Why? If you don't ask that, you know why you're not asking that. And he does, without a doubt, know why he didn't ask that. Yeah. Jackasses across the board. So I can't wait. Tim Pool's going to be in the press corps, or at least his shitty little media company will be, which is a fascinating, fascinating reality that we live in now. It's a lot. And I know Sunday went over this a bit, but I don't know if he did the analysis around it. Basically, Canada has said, well, that's it. It's been fun, America. The old relationship we have with the United States, based on deepening integration of our economies and tight security and military cooperation, is over. That was it. That's it. Like, this is not a small thing. This is not a small thing. This is crazy shit. And it's not funny, but it's fucking wild. It's fucking wild. It's wild as a thing. I'm stunned by it. It's wild. Oh, is Sunday's on his way? He didn't want to keep talking to... What was the subject? Oh, you're in Jitsu. Look at you. Wait, you are? I don't see you in there.
Hello?
Hey, there you are.
Hey, oh, hang on. I gotta do a thing.
That's okay. You do all the things. I've shut your camera off, so feel free to do whatever. You are, I think, free to do that. Yes. So you go do that.
Oh, I don't need to be in OBS for this, right? Okay.
So I've muted Sunday, and he's not showing because he is going to do a couple things. He's going to go get some food, and I don't want to just dump him on stage. So we're going to finish talking about this. When Sunday comes back, we'll move on to the rest of the fun stuff, and I think it'll be hilarious. I got fun stuff planned. You ready, Sunday? He will be in 2.5 hours. All right, fine. Wow. Are you really comfortable saying those slurs? God, I'm glad I have you muted. Oh my God. No, he's not talking. I'm lying. One of the things, and this is why when I talk about this stuff, it's important to, when I say that this is like the fun part. I don't mean that in the ha ha ha, it's only funny because otherwise I'd cry. Canada saying that their relationship with us is over. The ball that is being a despot, a big chunk of that is finance. A big chunk of that is business. A huge chunk of that is money. And despite whatever Elon is bringing to the table, the collective power of business people in America that is being fucked with by this is extraordinary. It is extraordinary. Extraordinary. And so when you start talking about like what it means and how it's set up, it's important to realize that we get the fine, like it's bad in the sense that we're going to get completely fucked, and we already are. If you're not seeing, this is like, it's a bad day. See, a red is bad. Down arrow means down. And it's across the board. Dow Jones down 1.7, S&P 2, NASDAQ's down almost 3%. Good Christ. And when you compare all of the markets globally, you'll see very much currencies minorly. Asia's markets down across the board. Europe down across the board. Let's look at crypto. Bitcoin and Ethereum and Cardano. Everything down across the fucking board. It sucks, sure, but this is good news, because the worst thing that we could have happen would be that he does this shit and the business community, because all of the stock market runs on memes. It does. It's all like GameStop shit at this point. They could all just buy into it. Like Tesla. Tesla is a meme stock. That's what it is it's the hype machine behind it. There's no real company there that's worth anything close to whatever people are complaining or talking about it being worth. The idea that it's worth $100 a share, let alone 230 where it's at now, let alone double that where it was at, is farcical. But they get there because that's what the market determines. The market determines that by meme, by hype, by thought, by all of that. And if that stuck, which, as an example, it did in crypto for a very long time. People called the emperor for having no clothes, and they did nothing about it until it couldn't anymore. And that crash actually is only after a lot of what I would say, or they kind of call them retail investors, but normal people bought in. That's when the crash happened. And so a lot of normal people who thought the future was these fucking NFTs, who thought the future was Ethereum, all of this shit, they all got fucked. That could be this, where they keep going, but they're not. They're actually responding reasonably. They're actually responding reasonably to everything that's happening. And this is not the reality of how these things can be ongoing and survive. This is not. This is horrifying. And it's 100% due to Trump. There's no global catastrophe that happened. This is what he's been doing. This is the thing he has been doing in the last month or two. And I talk to people, I talk to people who have money. They're horrified. They are people who, I'm in the camp of people who I work in tech and games and things. And the games industry, like all entertainment, film and TV, anything you enjoy, books, all of it is run on capital. That's how it works. And so capital is a thing that has to be invested. It sounds stupid when I say it that way, but you need to understand capital isn't just like floating around out there waiting for someone to grab it. This comes from family funds, very, very, very wealthy people who have other people managing their money. Those people find other people to manage it in hedges and funds and other sub funds and crypto funds or tech funds or cultural funds or whatever. And that money gets distributed. And then that money gets invested or put into other funds. This is a shell game of insanely epic proportions. But that requires that first thing. What that first thing? The first thing was family money. And everyone kind of saw over the last 2 years family money drying up. Investments weren't coming out. If you look at games industry across the board, you can see that there are fewer companies being started and a fuck ton of consolidation. Ubisoft just announced, and this would be a thing I think I wanted to talk with Sunday about. This is really fucking weird. If you don't know the story, Tencent put money into Ubisoft, and Ubisoft has now officially spun out all of its properties. Oh God, continue without supporting. They've spun out all of their intellectual property into a new company. So Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six, etc. I think Prince of Persia's in there. All of its larger stuff. And Tencent is going to effectively invest wholly in this and really control it and run it. And it's a huge deal. So this thing is where we're going to see the new games come from, because capital is that hard to come by. Ubisoft had to do this. Otherwise, people are just closing studios. Arcane, the guys behind, I liked Dishonored 1 and 2 extraordinarily well. And specifically the Austin studio. Granted, I'm biased. My brother worked there. But I thought they made extraordinary games. That closed. They're closing studios because there's no capital. And this is in film, there's no capital. People are not investing in movies. They're not investing in new records. They're not investing in new artists. They're not investing in new tours. They're not investing in anything because there's no money. And everyone who I know who's in that space, they tend to be, lib right, but still lib, voted against Trump, voted for Biden. When Biden lost, the collective sort of thing was like, well, fuck, well, at least money will flow again. Maybe we can figure something out. And money didn't start flowing again. And it's not. This is why Ubisoft had to do this fucking deal, because this is a global nightmare that's happening here. And this is the result. When the economy at whole contracts, people don't invest money because it's riskier. They put it in the safest places that they can. It's horrifying. But this is the setup. This is how it goes. This is why you have these weird consolidations in times like this, but no one is investing in anything because no one's willing to put money out there to try a thing. Not of anything of significance. Not anything of significance. These are serious losses. 2% in all of this, these are significant. But again, when you start talking about the overall indicators across the board, you're talking about 1% down across the board globally. Fucking crazy. APAC 2% in the Nikkei. Like, this is really bad. And Trump is supposed to be the actual, I fucking love it, the actual business president. That's the idea. He's supposed to be this guy. And he's fucking not. He's fucking
all right,
not.
I'm here.
Right, Sunday?
Yeah. Why can't I see you? Why can't I only see your...
Because I haven't connected my camera up that direction yet. Give me a moment. Because you weren't here. I didn't feel the need to stream to an empty room. So. Is that better?
That's much better. Thank you.
Absolutely. One moment. Let me make sure you're playing. You are. Excellent. And you are in your own audio output. So we'll see how long that lasts. But my audio is good. Sunday, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing swell. I'm running on...
Heard you had a wonderful 6-hour conversation with someone.
It was 50 minutes. It was actually pretty good. He was actually pretty nice to talk to.
That's very nice. So, I was talking about
judging from the title, we were having fun at Elon's expense.
We were, but now we moved on and we're talking about Trump, the failure of business president. Because if you haven't seen what's happened today in the markets, because I know you watched, I was watching it with you, the Canadian Prime Minister,
Mark Carney, yeah,
saying that our relationship with the U.S. is done, which is not small. That's not a small thing.
Nope.
It's actually horrifying. in like a lot of ways economically. But the phrase that people are using is the bombshell break. That's what the New Republic is calling it. So the two countries' relationship is over. And with that, as I was just going through with everyone, here is how the stock markets globally are doing. The indexes and funds.
Red, that's a good color, right?
Yeah, red is fire and passion and love.
Exactly.
They're all negative. Amazon's down fucking 4.5% almost. Fuck. This shit's crazy. It's everything. There's VIX index. No one cares. No one gives a fuck about you. Nvidia's down 2%. Google's down almost 5%. Netflix 4.5%. Like, we have the business failure president, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's what we have. We have the guy who failed to fucking make profit in a casino, and he is supposed to fix all of our shit. And he is completely destroying the entire economy like a fucking moron across the board. And, well, yes, there's global recession coming. There's going to be a depression from this. There's going to be a lot of issues. To me, this is a good thing because it means that and as much as that sucks, the economy is not disconnected. I really was in a worried position. I don't know if I was alone in this, that I was like, oh yeah, no, as much as everything's insane, the stock market will like float this because people can just leave their money in. And like Tesla, again, is the example. This could last for like years bullshitting by all the indicators. But instead, it turns out everyone actually does care about their money. And they're like, fuck this. What the fuck am I doing? I'm done here. And I'm kind of like, good. Like, we're going to actually have real responses, and he's going to have to do something because this is a free fall. And Republican donors are these people. This is who runs the Republican Party. And when we're talking like a 2% drop or a 1% drop, you're talking about $100 million to a lot of these people. Like insane losses. Insane losses.
No, it's gonna hurt. Everybody's gonna hurt. It's gonna be biblical.
It's gonna be crazy. It's fucking nuts. But this is like the stupid ass. We were going through if you didn't see Elon Musk talking about how he's gonna they're going after the people who say bad things about Tesla and tell lies about Tesla and him because they're
no, I didn't see that. Can we look at that?
We can. He also looks super strung out in it. Let me see if I can.
He looks like a wax model. He always looks strung out. To be fair.
Yeah.
He's got worse facial splotches than I do currently.
Well, that's because most of his face is not his. And his hair, his chin, his bone structure, and his teeth, and his body. Well, I think his body
legitimately looks like a Cruelty Squad character.
Oh, that's on my list of things we're talking about today, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Like a Patrol R.
We'll get there. But for now.
Have you played it yet?
No.
Really? Are you going to?
I don't know. We'll talk about it later. It's in the agenda. It's in the agenda.
It's the people pushing the propaganda that
all right, I can't hear this.
That guy.
1 second.
You should be able to hear it.
Do it. Those are the real villains.
Is it not? You're not hearing it?
I'm listening to it in the live thing. I can.
Okay.
No, I've got like a second of latency, but I'm hearing it in the live
that caused that guy to do it. Those are the real villains here, and we're going to go after them. And the president's made it clear we're going to go after them. The ones providing the money, the ones pushing the lies and propaganda. We're going after them.
I really am. Here, we can do that. That should work for you. You should be able to hear it there. I really do like that they're just admitting they're going after people who make what is 100% free speech statements.
Yep. Oh, it's great. I actually enjoy this very much.
Just little things you may have missed just because you weren't here. Okay.
As we discussed in advance, by the way.
We did. No, I told everyone. I said, this thing is our thing. This is in the fold. We both have our own things, though. Just like I have no desire to bring my anti-Oedipus reading into this, I'm going to have conflicts with things. And you as well. We have our own projects. So it's like sometimes we're going to be late. Sometimes we won't show up. Sometimes it'll be one person stream. This is it's a whole jam. And on Fridays, it's fine. Because on Fridays, it's the relaxed, we're not going to get depressed day. Right?
Yeah, that's why we're watching the destruction of the
But it's the funny parts.
Is it the... Oh, I mean, by the way,
this one is Elon Musk is canceling. We watched a bunch of the town hall meetings where people are getting booed and yelled at.
Yep.
And it's great. I feel like I'm going to go back and I'm going to make you
wait,
the first one.
Musk getting booed at, or no, lawmaker. Okay.
Lawmaker, but this one, I like this guy.
End the event.
What you're saying is I'm not going to get my way when my people are being slaughtered, and I want you to stop funding them. If you would like to run for office, run for office.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You are the most soulless piece of crap I've ever seen.
That's your opinion.
Soulless. Soulless.
Sir, get up. Sir.
Look at him.
Get up.
Look at him. And he would fucking, if he really wanted to, those two guys aren't stopping him. Those two guys aren't stopping him. Like, did you see how big that fucking guy is? It's I used to get in a lot of bar fights. Do you want to know the rule about bar fights?
You used to get in a lot of bar fights, did you, Brooks? Yeah.
I did.
Beat up a lot of big people in the bar.
No, I used to be an angry
guy.
piece of shit who just was like that. I had to have my nose rebuilt because it got broken so many times. The rule of it, though, is if someone has a roll of neck fat, you don't fight them. Ever. And that guy, he will fucking ruin your day. Like, he would ruin your day. Like, those guys aren't in his way. Those guys aren't in his way. Are you kidding me? I love it.
Sir, get off the stage right now.
Look at him. He's just like...
I just love that. That's your opinion.
That's your opinion. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. You soulless piece of crap. All right. And then here's another one. See, we've been enjoying.
And Doge.
Here's the only thing that Doge has done, which is it's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government. But here's the thing.
I still love that. It's so bizarre the way that you're obsessed with the federal government. It's like, you fucking awful human. Just
I like how she just looks like...
All Doge is doing is... You guys are going to have a heart attack.
It's so great. It's so great. I love it. It is, I was talking about like YouTube slop content and how it's like very much a, I don't know. It's resentment enjoyment. I know it is, but it's still enjoyable and it helps blow off steam. And this shit really helps for me.
Yep.
I found it very, very good. And, yeah, there's a lot of, but, I saved a very particular quote that I wanted to enjoy with you, because I thought you'd get
Chief of Staff Susie.
So this happened like literally 2 hours ago.
Oh, I think I watched this actually. Let's see this.
Is this the being asked what a woman is?
Oh, no.
Oh, yeah. And what I love about this, just to sort of preface, because it is the thing, the joke is lefties can't tell you what a woman is. And then they ask, and neither can anyone on the right. Ever. They can't do it. And it's great. And I enjoyed when Trump fumbles this. It makes me happy.
It was crazy. You've platformed so many great women, like your Chief of Staff, Susie Wiles. You also have Caroline Levitt doing a great job as press secretary. Now Alina will be joining as well. Since Democrats seem to struggle answering this question, I wanted to ask you, what is a woman and why is it important that we understand the difference between men and women?
Well, it's sort of easy to answer for me because a woman is somebody that can have a baby under certain circumstances. She has a quality. A woman is a person who's much smarter than a man, I've always found. A woman is a person that doesn't give a man even a chance of success. And a woman's a person that in many cases has been treated.
That middle one there.
It was he's doing the thing.
Yep.
Treated very badly because I think that what happens with this crazy issue of men being able to play in women's sports is just ridiculous and very unfair to women and very demeaning to women. And that's got to be about a 94%. I read today it was a 94% issue. And I watched the other day, a congressman, a Democrat congressman, fighting for the fact that men should be allowed to compete essentially in women's sports. And
essentially, except not, because that's not what they were doing.
I say, I hope they keep that going because they'll never win another election. That's a big deal. But
hey, Brooks, have you muted yourself for Jitsu but not for YouTube?
Did I mute myself?
Now I can hear you. Okay. I think you did briefly. And I still can't hear the video through Jitsu, by the way. I'm watching it on the...
and it's not working through screen sharing even?
Oh, do you have it on Discord?
No, I have it in Jitsu on screen share.
Nope, it's not working in screen share.
Show me what I'm sharing. Yeah, I'm...
Here, try again.
Women are basically incredible people.
No dice.
Fascinating.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm able to watch it with some latency through the live streaming thing, so we'll do it there. We'll sort it out later.
There, we'll do this. Nope, won't be able to.
By the way, reminder while Brooks is figuring out the most basic audio problems on the planet.
You try to host this shit.
No. We are just over 100 subscriptions away from hitting 1,000 and being able to monetize. Please, if you haven't subscribed to the fold already, please subscribe to the channel, like and share, and hit the bell. Otherwise, you won't get notifications. And of course, Brooks has neglected to do this, but if you want to donate to the channel, there is a Stream Elements link that is about to be pinned into the chat. Your chat will be read out on TTS. And we... Oh, shit, it did that thing. You can't do that on Discord chat. Hang on. Donate to support our channel.
I can add this. One sec. I have the loop back function working, which is nice.
Boom. There we go. Okay.
So if I can actually get this working, we will see.
Nightbot was already doing it Sunday. Oh, well, there you go. I forgot we got Nightbot set up.
You may get echo on yourself. Let me know if that happens, by the way.
All right. Let's see.
People do so much for our country, and we love our women, and we're going to take care of our women. Yeah.
Are you able to hear?
Yep. No echo.
Wow. Good for them.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
This one. So this is like, if you want to know why Musk is so close to Trump, and one of the reasons he is because I'm not saying Musk is going to do securities fraud or has done a significant amount of it at various times or is being investigated as such or was being investigated for doing such a thing. But if, let's say, Trevor Milton was I don't know, it'd be weird and coincidental if he was the founder of EV company that did securities fraud, who named his company after Nikola Tesla but used the first name. I would be like on the nose, right?
Yeah.
Like the guy who founded Nikola, the EV company, Trevor Milton, which is not Tesla, it's Nikola, whatever, I don't give a fuck. He was convicted in 2022 of defrauding investors by lying about the breakthroughs at his company when he was chief executive. Huh. Do you know anyone who that might work? Most infamously, a prototype electric truck was rolled down a hill to make it look like it was working. I
don't think it reminds me of any Americans. No.
I just in my head, I just have this picture of like, okay, guys, you ready? On 3, you got your foot on the brake, just push. And because it went down a hill, it didn't run, but I find that amazing. He was sentenced for 4 years in prison, but had appealed. Lawyer handling his appeal was Brad Bondi, the brother of U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi. Like, I wonder if there's any way that we could talk about corruption in a meaningful sense here.
No, I don't see it. I think
I'm reading too much into it. That's what I get.
You're reading too much into it. I think there's nothing there. You're fine.
Milton donated millions of dollars to over 100 state Republican parties, as well as Republican candidates' campaigns. That included $920,000 to the Trump 47 Committee, which was a joint fundraising committee that funded the Republican National Committee, Trump's presidential campaign, and state parties. Milton also donated the presidential campaign of RFK Jr., who is now the Health and Human Services Secretary. Ted Cruz returned Milton's $3,300 donation. When Ted Cruz has the moral high ground, wow. I don't know him. They say it was very unfair. The thing he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported a gentleman named Donald Trump for president, Trump told reporters.
It's like, look, I may be the Zodiac killer, but that's too much for me. I'm not that evil.
Yeah. The consulting firm estimated that retail customers who traded through TD Ameritrade, Schwab, and Robinhood lost a combined $268 million, and extrapolated from there the loss for other retail investors, which is $680 million, I think, some crazy fuck number, because it was almost full restitution, I think, that they were going after, $661 million. Nikola filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy protection in February after warning it was out of cash. Milton on Thursday posted a video on social media about his pardon. Can we? I mean, we have to, right?
Sure, why not?
Why am I using Bing? What the fuck, Brooks?
Because
Windows changed all my shit back in every way. It's very frustrating.
I had that happen too. It's awful.
Milton, pardon video. I want to see his actual video of where he says, hey, blah, blah, blah. Because apparently he posted a video. His Insta. Yay.
Gosh. Oh. You won't believe just what happened.
Oh my God.
Sorry, it's pretty hard for me to talk about, but
he committed massive securities frauds and was convicted. Convicted.
Probably the best day I've had in 5 years. I just got a call from the President of the United States on my phone, and he signed my full and unconditional pardon of innocence. I am free. The prosecutors can no longer hurt me. They can't destroy my family. They can't rip everything away from me. They can't ruin my life. I get to be with my wife now. I get to be with my family. It is done. It's over.
How about all those investors that you probably destroyed the lives of? Multiple probably killed themselves. I wonder if this guy's anything related. Oh, look, even.
What was your reason for pardoning Trevor Milton?
Imagine going live and streaming about this. Like, it's fucking unreal.
Highly recommended by many people.
Like Pam Bondi, whose brother is his lawyer.
That was
Also, Elon said, hey, I need you to prove that you're going to take care of me once everyone figures out that full self-driving is a lie.
Yeah.
Because don't worry, it's next year. It's next year. I promise, next year.
Taken advantage of. He did a business deal like in Utah, and then they brought him into New York. We had a rough road. Again, I don't know him, but I was. They say it was very unfair, and they say the thing that he did wrong was he was one of the first people that supported
I don't know him, but
gentleman named Donald Trump.
They say it was hang on. They say it was very unfair. You gave him a full unconditional pardon off of hearsay.
Oh, off of, again, this is what we've been talking about, the signal stuff. The thing that's horrifying is it's clear that no one is actually telling him what's really going on with anything. They just know how to manipulate him because he's, Alzheimer's addled brain doesn't have the ability to do much more. So when they go, you won't believe it, there's this other guy who's an electric vehicle guy, and his crime was supporting you. And they railroaded him. And if you didn't hear one of those specific things, New York. I wonder if it had to do with the Southern District of New York. Do you know who else hates the Southern District of New York? Donald Trump. The Southern District of New York, you know how much they hate you? They went after this other guy. And you need to pardon him. oh my God, absolutely. They're so corrupt. They hate me. They would do anything. They got Trump to rent. That's all it takes. He doesn't have a clue about anything because they're not telling him anything. He's just like a misinformed fool, and none of them are talking to each other either. It's a miracle. It's amazing shit. And again, how's the stock market doing? Oh wait, that's right. Still bad. That's not going to change.
Are you familiar with a channel called the Bituation Room?
The Bituation Room? No.
Yeah.
Lululemon's down 14%. Concentrics 12.5%. Damn. Bank of Montreal.
The Bituation Room is a YouTube channel with 168,000 subscribers.
Oh no.
A weekly progressive speakeasy featuring new comedians, organizers, and experts hosted by Francesca Florentini. Do you know who that is?
Oh, I like Francesca.
She's got a video that just published today called "Why I'm Okay with Being Banned from the Young Turks." We need to watch.
I got to tell you, Francesca's. She's one of the goods. The Young Turks is a weird group. Like a lot of people I really like have come out of it, and a lot of people I fucking loathe have come out of it. And it's really fascinating in that way. It was built sort of in a time when what left wasn't really a thing. So you got people like Jimmy Dore,
yeah,
who for a while was fine, and then we'll say others that are problematic. That you also had, I think, a lot of really fantastic. Status Quo came out of there. Emma Vigeland, and Francesca's, I think, excellent. Francesca came out of there for sure. John, and I will never pronounce his last name correctly. Iadarola is still there, and I'm feeling like these things are on the way out, and we're watching slowly as TYT kind of collapses, and it's really fascinating because as much as I think there's two people in my mind that I don't care if it collapses, there's a lot of people that work there that I kind of am worrying and wondering what they're going to do next, if that makes sense. Sorry for the ramble.
No, that's okay.
I was a TYT member for a long time, so it's we've talked about this when Anna went on her awful rant, and I even tried defending her for a short while.
Shame.
I wear the shame. It is what I did.
Yes, you do.
It's what I did, but I think a lot of that is, I don't know, the hope that people come around, the hope that they're doing things for a certain reason, the attachments to these things. It's hard. It's easy to get attached, but Francesca, I haven't seen bad shit from her.
By the way, very quickly before we continue, since this is a fun stream and I'm going to indulge myself.
Yep.
What copy of Lawrence's Phoenix do you have?
I have the paperback versions.
Really? You have the paperback versions? Ooh, shameful. Let's see. Oh, very nice. Very nice. No, that's okay. I myself have a gorgeous cloth-bound edition.
Very nice.
1 volume. Yes.
Lovely.
Just came in.
Good shit. Are we doing the one-offs? We're doing how's your copy of this?
Yeah. Well, no, I already won. It's okay.
Do you have a copy of Human All Too Human?
Do I have a copy of Human All Too Human?
Yeah. Nietzsche.
I do. It's in Cambridge. Which one's yours?
It's a first edition.
Really? Signed by Nietzsche in English?
No.
Signed by Nietzsche in French?
It's not signed by Nietzsche. It's just a first edition from 1882.
Is it in German?
It's actually in Spanish.
I think he actually oversaw the translation of the Spanish one, no?
He did.
He did. Oh, that's weird.
Isn't it?
Yeah, you can't even read Spanish.
No, but it was $23. So...
What? What's the condition like?
It's pretty good, actually. It's actually pretty good condition. Because I was like... I'm one of those people, and I know you're like me. You're a treasure hunter, is what I call my wife. My wife calls it that. You go in and you will spend all day. You'll literally look at every book just on the off chance that the book is the thing you're looking for, on the odd, weird opportunity of that, and it's fine. But I came across this, and it was sitting with this little note. $24. And it's actually in very nice condition for a book that's more than 100 fucking years old. I can actually like look at it.
Huh. It doesn't just fall apart.
No, it's Humano demasiado humano. 4 reales.
I'm just expecting it to turn to dust in his hands on stream.
No, it's a very nice copy. I've opened it.
It'd be worth it for the moment.
Because it's really fascinating because it's, again, he, in theory, oversaw this and I think one other, because he spoke a bunch. But
well, he was a philologist. That was his whole thing.
That was his jam.
Yeah.
And I was like, $24. I didn't want to act excited because you don't want to be that person who's like, holy fuck, that's good. Oh, is it? I should look up how much this is because I did, and I was like, $24. I'll take it. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. There you go. I could be up for watching some Fiorentini.
It's only 10 minutes long. We should.
Yep, let's do it.
That'd be a good segment.
Because I got to tell you, the whole Jenk and Anna arc that they're on, it is significantly disappointing. Significantly disappointing.
They suck. They suck so much.
They super duper do. It's really painful, actually, and it's very frustrating, to be very frank. Again, I say this as someone who like came from a space that they were ostensibly involved with or in charge of, or I don't even know anymore. I don't even know how to phrase that as a thing. Like, just frustrating. It's just frustrating across the board as a thing, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, it is. I agree.
So it just hurts. It just hurts. It just hurts. Fuck. One sec. Making adjustments on my audio. I don't know what happened. Getting quiet, apparently. That's okay.
I was able to hear videos in this thing fine the other day. It was. Great.
Am I doing okay on your side? Sounding okay?
You sound very loud to me. Chad, is he good for you?
Hope I'm decent at least. Let's see. I'm assuming you pumped it into.
And I just stopped masking your right-leaning stuff. No, I don't think so. I think it is legitimately strategic. I mean, like she's always had these positions on like the homeless and so on and so forth, but I don't think they come from the heart. I think they are fundamentally. I think. Well, I partially, to be sure, but I also don't trust their sincerity. Like these are people who have been very outspoken about the fact that you need to reach across the aisle and pretend it's like this is their bullshit idea of what strategic compromise is. They're actually like that.
They're actually doing that thing. They're actually doing the thing of the like weird sellout conversation thing.
Yeah.
Like they're actually making those moves, and it's really horrific, to be perfectly frank. It's really I find it generally distasteful as a thing. Like I don't know.
Well, would it be horrific as if they were doing really well afterwards? But it actually seems like they've been suffering. Their views have tanked recently. When I look at their channel and I look at like they're pulling 3.2K current viewers now on the live stream on right-wing media celebrates free speech crackdown. Elon says Trump will target Tesla critics. 3.2K. That's a lot by our numbers, but for them, they're operating at like a quarter of Vosh's concurrent audience. That's really bad. That's really bad. They've been around for a while. They've turned out like major figures, and they are struggling to keep up with Pisco. So it's like, okay. Well, not with Pisco. Pisco doesn't get any viewers. But they're like behind Destiny, and they're behind like Willie Mack and all these other channels that are it's just embarrassing for them. It's embarrassing for them. They were borderline mainstream television. They were almost there. And now they're just nothing. When you look at their views, it's like a good day for them. A good video for them now is they got 30,000 views in a video in a day, which is crazy when this is a channel that used to get hundreds of thousands of views every video. Now it's
You're not alone. I found it very stunning and confusing, to be frank. Like I don't know how else to put it. Like confusing is going to be the phrasing for it.
Yeah.
I figured out my mic thing, by the way. My batch file was interrupted, so I restarted it, and now I should be good again on volume. Happy day. The shit I have to do for fucking Windows. Amazing. What can I say? Shall we?
Yeah, please.
You know when you meet someone and they swear that all of their exes were psychos, and then you slowly realize that, oh, wait, I'm talking to the person who was the problem in the relationship? Unrelatedly, the Young Turks. And I'm going to make this as brief as possible because there are a million.
Oh, it's a good start. I got to tell you, that's good work. Good work.
Far more important and pressing things going on right now. As you know, actual fascism. But to make it brief, Jenk, the head of TYT, recently hath forboten me from appearing on any TYT shows because, in part, I said that him capitulating to right-wing framing on many issues meant he was, quote, acting like a bitch. And the truth is...
I appreciate her because this could be something where she minimizes how she phrased things. Like, you could do that. Yep. And it wouldn't be bad. Like, it's, look, I said he was capitulating, but being very upfront about what she said, because I watched it and yeah.
He was, and I'll explain that a little bit later. But first, some backstory. So I have been a contractor at TYT for 10 years now, appearing on all of the shows as a fill-in host, as a guest host during election coverage, on the TYT main show, on the Damage Report, and on Indisputable, along with a lot of other shows. I have always hopped on at the last minute, always helped out in a pinch. I guest host last minute, and yes, I was paid. And if you're watching this and you are a TYT contributor and you are not getting paid, stop going on TYT until you do. I've never been a full-time employee, never got healthcare, never got maternity leave when I had my child. But back in 2018, I was hired for a 6-month contract to pilot a show for $3,000 a month. Then, however, their funding bottomed out and I was let go. And they broke their contract. My reps at the time thought I should sue to get the full 6 months of payment and work that I was owed.
She should have.
But I didn't, because
never side with management, never side with the company. The company does not care about you ever, 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 ever.
Told them that TYT was good people, and
TYT is not people, it's a company. Like it's I get where she's at. I had to learn this myself because you go through this. Companies are companies. They're not people. They are not the people who work there. They are their own entity, and they need to live or die by their own means, period.
I wanted to maintain my relationship, and I did. That is until things started to turn for TYT politically. And this started happening around the pandemic. Around the pandemic, Anna Kasparian seemed to become focused on the issue of homelessness, especially in a city that I used to call home, which is San Francisco. She had an objectively scary experience with an unhoused person, and in fact, I went back to see when she told her audience about this. And I do remember the day that Anna told the story on air. In fact, I was also on after she told that story, but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Shellenberger, who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities. Instead of focusing on housing market prices, on how homelessness often leads to things like addiction and mental illness, Shellenberger focuses on Democrats who thinks go too easy on the unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed because they felt like the framing and the platforming of someone like Shellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anna apparently took that.
I have to interrupt because I know San Francisco, and I lived in San Francisco properly. Shellenberger is a piece of garbage. Like, let me just say that up front. He is reactionary. He is horrifying. And what he does and how he sets up all of this stuff is like, oh, the progressives failed with all of their policies. The problem isn't, he literally says that it's not housing or money for social programs. Instead, it's the progressive lawmakers who have permanent supportive housing in San Francisco that have done this, that overfund shelters, which San Francisco does not do, and that poverty and housing prices are the drivers of, poverty and housing prices, the thing, which is made by the city, are the reasons that you have homelessness, not mental illness, not substance abuse. Like he's very much this like hyper neoliberal.
No. What it's for is to give people who hate homeless people, bluntly, an excuse to feel good about themselves, being very angry at the expert on the television, the rare moment that they come up, when they say, well, we need to actually give these people the the things that they need in order to live like fulfilling lives and to get off the streets and to get better and so on and so forth. Because the fact of the matter is they would rather them be executed.
Well, I don't know if he coined the term, but he's used it a lot. And it's this idea of victimology. And you hear it a lot. I don't know if he's the guy who came up with it, but it's that thing that the right does where they talk about how by creating these programs and making people who are victims of society, what you're doing is teaching them to be victims of society.
Well, victimology is specifically the study of victimization. It is an actual thing. But
no, he uses it in this particular way. That's what I mean, is he's playing with it, not victimology in the sense of like what the word means, but like he's
I get you.
He's a piece of shit. I fucking hate him. And I did not know that he was on TYT. It makes 100% sense for Anna to do that at this point, honestly. But I can tell you, after living in San Francisco, the issues with San Francisco are the zoning laws. And we can kind of end there. Zoning laws, the overall programs for people are not overfunded. They're underfunded. There's not nearly enough of them. There just isn't enough affordable housing. And because things are zoned the way that they are, and because of the wealthy landowners who control most of the space in there, they're never going to change. San Francisco is fucking the worst kind of NIMBY bullshit that exists. And it's 100% the neoliberal wealthy class that did it. And I have a rant about this, but this just it just is like a particular thing that angers the fuck out of me.
This is from 5 years ago. So I think this is the actual thing. It looks like it's a live event. I can't remember.
Was it 5 years ago?
Framing was really pissed.
Yeah, I posted it in the
but I didn't hear it at the time. It was within an interview that she was doing with an author by the name of Michael Shellenberger.
Yeah, I am. I just wanted to see if she said the time, because this is, if it's from 5 years ago, that's one thing, but it's like the idea that this is, oh my God.
Meanwhile, at Nuremberg.
By influencing, threatening, harming, or impeding a witness, potential witness, legal officer, or by furnishing false information.
Not talk about Russia.
What the fuck is this?
For a homeland security.
This is not.
The president became angry.
I don't know what this is. It looks like it's.
This is not Shellenberger. This is not the thing.
No, this is not the thing. Why did that come up? Hang on.
I don't know. That's a reading of a play.
Here we go. Oh, I'm sorry. I clicked the wrong link. I'm sorry.
Wait,
I'm sorry. This is from 3 years ago. It was
John Lithgow?
I'm sorry. Sorry. Here
John Lithgow is a global treasure, so I'm happy.
I know. That's why I was confused. It's like, not John you Lithgow. Too.
Yeah. Yeah. I know this face. Oh yeah. This makes more sense. I was like, okay. I was so confused for a minute there. I was like, what the fuck?
John Shellenberger.
This guy? I know this guy.
The homeless population has exploded in the United States in recent years, certainly during the pandemic, where
I hate her so much now.
Where we have seen encampments grow larger and suffering on honestly every street corner in places like Los Angeles and San Francisco. One thing that's undeniable, though, is the prevalence of severe mental illness and also deaths from drug overdoses. These are things that are studied. These are things that are provable through data. Yet it's something that seems to be ignored by the very advocates who claim to care about the well-being and welfare of those who end up on the streets. So let's take a look at the numbers. The Los Angeles Times examined more than 4,000 questionnaires taken as part of 2019's point-in-time count and found that about 76% of individuals living outside on the streets reported being or were observed to be affected by mental illness, substance abuse, poor health, or a physical disability.
What is she saying here? This stat seems exceptionally meaningless. I want to talk to the 24% of people who are on the streets who have perfect health, no disabilities, no substance abuse, and no mental illness. I want to know that dude. Because I've done work in the space. Not a lot of that. 24% are like totally cool. That's a lot. That's 1 in 4.
I guess. Well, hang on. Wait. See, I understand it. I get it. I see what they're saying now. So it's a subtle but important point. Okay. 76% of individuals living outside on the streets reported being or were observed. Okay, so those 24%, they weren't observed. They couldn't find them.
They're Schrodinger's homeless.
Exactly.
Yeah, the unobservable homeless. We don't know whether they're housed or unhoused at any given time.
I think we don't know if they're doing drugs.
That would be a great horror movie.
Now, that is a broad range of categories, as you can see, right? So let's get a little more specific. Individually, substance abuse affects 46% of those living on the streets.
That's because people on the streets need something to deal with it. And I got to tell you, you go sleep on the streets for a few days and just see if you want a joint or a drink or crack.
Or because if you're dealing with something else, you can be very prone to addiction, and so you can fall into being homeless and not have cured the thing that made you homeless in the first place. So what are you going to do? Well, sometimes you need that stuff actually to function because your body develops a dependency on it. It's a weird thing about drugs. They're addictive.
But is she doing the thing and she does a lot of things and she never really makes a point, but is she doing the thing where she's saying, see, they have substance abuse. They're broken. We can't help them. Is that more than 3 times the rate previously reported, and mental illness, including post-traumatic stress disorder, affects 51% of those living on.
Here's the thing: if she doesn't mention the public initiatives that are taken in order to make it so that they can continue to work with their addiction safely, so like safe injection sites and so on and so forth, and then programs to help get them housed and help to get them off of their addictions, which is very expensive and difficult to do, by the way, which is one of the reasons why homeless people in particular are in one of the worst positions possible to get out of addiction. Because if you've never seen someone who's getting out of an addiction to something really hard, this is the age of the internet. You can look it up. It is not pretty. It is not pretty.
It's not fun. I babysat my cousin for 2.5 days as he got off meth for the first time. And that was genuinely unenjoyable.
Yeah.
And for me, it was unenjoyable. For him, it was a living nightmare that never ended as far as his brain was concerned, really.
If she just mentions all the bad things that homeless people do and then doesn't talk about there being systemic causes for it that require institutional and systemic responses besides just penalization, because literally all that is doing is taking your homeless population with all of their problems and shipping them somewhere else to be someone else's problem. Then she is doing the thing by default. She doesn't even need to nudge, wink, wink.
On the streets, according to the analysis. And as we've shared on the show before, the number of drug overdoses has also exploded, especially during the pandemic. It is incredibly heartbreaking. And these numbers I'm about to share with you are actually a little outdated. They're from 2019. But here's what we know. Drug overdoses have been the lead.
So let's take it on its face. It's TYT. I have to assume. Let's just play lefty while we're here because we don't know what's happening. Okay. And let's do that. And let's say at this point, this is just showing reason for me personally. This is just showing reasons to have empathy and care about these people and how they're in a position built by their material conditions. That's all that she's talked about so far, right?
What I'm actually hearing is here. Let me layer on the cover. Oh yes, it's absolutely heartbreaking. and it's going to wind up exactly where we talked about before.
Oh no, I'm sure, but I'm play acting. Like, oh, yes, these are very much reasons to care about the unhoused and the position that they're in and how horrifying it is. I agree with that. Let's see where you go with it.
I don't think they are. I think as soon as you're talking about things that people immediately impute to, tell your kids not to do this. If they do this, they become bad. You think, oh, these people did a bad thing, and that's where your mind is at.
Oh, I know.
You talk about you stack it in the other direction. You work like this. People who are homeless face issues with addiction, so on and so forth, that prevent them from getting out of homelessness. Not people who are homeless, they're doing lots of drugs. They're doing lots of drugs all over. 75% of them are doing drugs. It's like, okay. Yeah.
Leading cause of death among the homeless in Los Angeles County since 2017.
You know what drug overdoses being the leading cause of death means for these people? It's, yeah, homeless people are dying, but it's because it's their own fault. They're doing it.
For me, it means that people who are in these positions are extremely at risk because they're in a marginalized position that puts them in the place to be at risk. So because they are so much more at risk, this is the level of which people who are housed have a significant, here is the number. A person experiencing homelessness is 36 times more likely to die of a drug overdose than a person in Gen Pop. That thing, it means that this is an extremely vulnerable community that we must care about. I'm going to assume Anna is going to agree with me.
Well, that's because you're going to assume that Anna is not interviewing the author of San Francisco.
Oh, no, I've never. Tell me about this book. I've not heard of it. I'm sure it's a great, that San Francisco's ill and there are things that need to be fixed. I'm sure.
I hate this pantomime so much, you have no idea.
Increasing 84% between 2016 and 2019. According to the county, a person experiencing homelessness is 36 times more likely to die of a drug overdose than a person in the general population. Now, recently in San Francisco, Mayor London Breed declared a state of emergency over drug overdose deaths among the city's homeless. In fact, drug-related fatalities are on the rise and outpaced COVID deaths in the city last year by 2 to 1.
I don't doubt. I lived at 6th and Folsom. You feel free to look it up. I lived at 6th and Folsom, and I'd walk Market Street almost every day, get some coffee, get some food. Yeah, I buy this. I've walked around dead bodies. They were there. People overdosing in the middle of the street is horrifying.
This is real.
It's a real thing.
This is happening. But for some reason, just bringing this up tends to be one of the most taboo things you could imagine online. Ignoring this problem.
Really? I haven't experienced that. Have you?
No.
I have not experienced. When I talk about homelessness online, I don't get a taboo experience.
I'm just like, with who? What are you saying? Who's protesting that thing that you just posted?
I think most people are perfectly fine with you talking about homelessness. I wonder what she's talking about.
Problem doesn't make it go away. And I also want to be fair to the advocates who are a little afraid of talking about these issues. They're worried about stigmatizing, they're worried about stereotyping, and I think that is a legitimate concern to have. But unless we actually address the reality on the ground, unless we can properly diagnose what the issue is, we're not able to provide the services or the solutions necessary.
This is like, you know what this is like? This is like a newscaster who got caught in his bedroom with another woman when his wife came home, and then immediately goes on air the next day and starts talking about how just prejudice against non-traditional and poly relationships is just such a rampant issue in America. Nobody can talk about it. You can't even have a conversation. Okay, just everyone's so close-minded. That's what it's like.
There's The Onion has that. They used to do the video series, and they have the one where it's the table where it's like getting the opinions of all the different people, and it's like, I'm Raybert. Today's discussion: what are great ways for you to hide a body if you've hit it in the middle of the night after drinking too much of it at a party? And it's like, it's kind of that feeling where they're like, what? Well, I guess you can. That would be a good idea, but what if it turned out that when you hit the body, it was actually a small child? It's like just 100% like self-telling the whole time. It feels like she's doing this thing immediately. Like, I could try in good faith as long as I can, but now she's clearly screaming like, hey, these aren't things I have empathy for. These are things that are themselves the problem when they are literally symptoms. She considers them causes. Like, that's the end of the discussion as far as her leftism or progressive ideology goes. If she sees drug use and drug deaths for homeless people as a cause and not a symptom, we don't need you to hand in your card. You never were a member.
Well, it explains why they're getting on so swimmingly with people like Brianna Wu. For example. Yeah, can't get along with his own nephew, but Brianna Wu, they're still tight. Brianna Wu is like cheering on deportation of green card holders. It's like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
I think this is what, because here's the thing. This is what the Young Turks are, and I mean Jenk and Anna. I don't mean everyone. Okay, obviously they got a lot of like actual progressives working for them. Not anymore. They're squeezing
fewer and fewer.
But here's the thing. Back around the time when Trump was elected, okay, there was a giant conspiracy theory about the left controlling all of the institutions. Okay, big progressive Palpatines like George Soros. They were pouring in millions of dollars, and just everything was being controlled by this progressive agenda. And you had people who were like, "Oh, this is terrible. There's all these horrible progressives. There's all these billions of dollars that are clamping down on free speech and not letting us talk about obvious truths like the difference between men and women, and that women are just generally less strong than men, and maybe like spending all day at home with babies cooking. Some women do, as a matter of fact, and so on and so forth." And then there were other people who went, "Oh no, progressives are running the world. They've got billions of dollars, and I could be getting some." And they did the exact same thing. And their attitude was not, "These are my principles. I really care about this kind of thing. I'm going to start advocating for these particular things." It's like, no, there's market demand for this, and I'm going to meet it. And so as soon as it became the case that the tide shifted, they preempted, because they already knew what they were doing before and why. And as soon as they felt that the winds were turning, they're like, "Oh, my spider sense is tingling." And they shifted preemptively. Early, because they thought they were smart.
100%.
But actually, here's the thing: they were stupid to think that in the first place. And so now they're tanking, because what they've basically done is they've taken an organically built audience that took a lot of time to build faith with, a really strong network of people that they worked with who had really strong values, and they've shattered it all, because they thought it would just recreate itself as soon as they started shifting rightward. But it didn't.
They really, and again, the challenge is that when you stop looking at things systemically, when you stop looking at how the whole thing works and where the problems exist and how you can actually fix things, and you instead move to that thing is ew, that is gross, that is bad, we must stop that. And that becomes a stopping point, like drug use, overdoses, homelessness. That's the thing. We just fix that. Everything else goes away. Crime is an ew, bad. We just need to stop that, and everything else fixes. That mental state puts you in the place of being a reactionary. And it's really awful to see. That's it.
To keep people healthy and alive. Simply allowing people to die on our sidewalks is not acceptable. It is.
I agree. We should have free needle programs. We should decriminalize drugs, and we should have areas where people are completely safe to do them. Open air drug use areas that are staffed by medical doctors and nurses to take care of them as they're learning and making the transition and hopefully getting the treatment they need. I agree with her, right? That's what she's going to argue, right?
Horacio made a great point, actually, by the way. You know who else George Soros funded? Viktor Orban. Paid for his education. It's amazing.
Yeah, Soros is apparently this hyper lefty. I got to tell you.
That's why he named his organization after a book by Karl Popper, because he's a hyper lefty. Yeah. He loves Marx. Yeah. Karl Popper, famous fan of Karl Marx.
Yeah, it's one of those things we're going to start seeing I can imagine we're going to see a space in the next like 3 months where it's like Musk and Thiel, and it's going to be like one's right and one's left.
Teal.
I don't care. I don't care.
It's teal.
It is roid face is what I'm going to call it. Roid face and
call it
fake
the
hair
Tool
plugs.
Society.
Yeah, I don't care.
No, it's the Tool Society. Oh, okay, go on.
One is going to be left and one is going to be right. They've been doing that for years. And we're going to see that again because people don't have the ability.
You mean one of them is going to be Riggit?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And that is what's happening in Los Angeles. That is what's happening in San Francisco. And I'm tired of pretending like it's not happening. I'm tired of pretending.
Just for chat so they know. No, neither of them are left. That's my point.
Like just offering housing is the only solution. We need to do more than that. Yes, housing is a problem. I have addressed that on the show many, many times, but that is not the only problem.
Agreed.
And that's why I want to talk about this today. The Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which conducts its own annual report, interpreted the data to produce much lower numbers. So they do their own. And so when you compare the Los Angeles Times and its analysis to the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, you'll notice a significant difference. In its presentation of the results to elected officials, the agency said only 29% of the homeless population had either a mental illness or substance abuse disorder, and therefore 71% did not have a serious mental illness and or report substance.
The language of this is really interesting to me that she's pulling from this as she is, because serious mental illness and or reported substance use disorder is different than like the other stats she had. And she's using this to like upturn that last one, right?
No, that word disorder is really important because that's a diagnosed condition, not just drug use. Moreover, there is something else here.
Serious mental illness, is a qualifier too.
I'd have to listen again to what you said leading up to this as well, but there's an additional factor here which people don't tend to keep in mind. When people talk about the homeless, you have to be very careful about what they're counting as homeless. So, for example, a lot of homeless stats in Canada don't just count people who are wearing like old jackets with patches on with a stick with a pouch with their belongings on it, and probably some kind of sentient woodland critter following them around, giving sage advice to youngsters who've run away from home. It's also talking about families that are like insecurely housed. So, for example, who are house hopping, sleeping on couches and so on and so forth, who probably have never slept on the streets in their life before. However, they're
100%
not housed. So it's like sometimes it looks like, oh, well, it's good. Addictions are down. It's like, but hang on. With whom? Who are you talking about? Are you talking about people who are living on the streets, or are you talking about people who don't have a home? Because there's a distinction here. It's subtle, but it's important because it's not subtle when you're in it.
Well, there's also, when you're talking about these different cities, in San Diego, by the way, I think you would even see there is going to be a divergence of people who are just more open to like, there are people who choose to be more homeless. These exist. There's through anger, through personal choice, this exists. And that thing gets more real when like all year in San Diego is like 90 degrees and kind of, nice. That thing of sleeping around outdoors, not San Francisco. I'm saying like San Diego, and like the differences across
I was going to say
California.
sleeping around outdoors in San Francisco isn't just a homeless thing. But continue.
Well, that reality of what it means to be in these different places and the causes and again, one of the things that's really important when doing this work, and the studies back this, is talking about what it means for a person to be homeless and what the boundaries are to that. And the detriment that being homeless has on a person. And by doing so, people, and for example, Alaska has a lot fewer homeless people because you'll die. So the desperation or the way that people take advantage of shelters is much more active. There's more money put into it, but also there's a lot different types of infrastructure. People will sleep on each other's, bunk beds. They'll take any work because otherwise death is there. Sleeping outside for a little bit in San Francisco, you'll be, I can survive it. It's going to be bad. Versus San Diego, it's a different beast. Again, the thrust behind the unique person that is going through this and what it means for them. Are they sleeping in their cars? The Silicon Valley, it was very normal to sleep in your car for a very long time. They counted those people at the time as unhoused, but they were engineers at like major firms. They just couldn't afford, the $10,000 a month rent. So it's very strange language. And again, a lot of this is when you start going through that thing of finding studies that make your point rather than trying to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
Substance use disorder. For example, and this is
Cool
this
if
is
I
the
jump to the interview?
Yeah, please.
cities. Michael, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me, Anna.
So Michael, I actually want to start off discussing just briefly the title of your book, because I've read your book, and in it, I think you make an important point, an important distinction.
If you cover up his face with your hand, you can pretend he's 6 years old.
Terms of what is being
this guy has the forehead and the haircut of a 6-year-old. It's very strange.
Oh no, I know this haircut. This is California, man. It's a unique groups of people
by homeless advocates, which is really this libertarian policy. So on one hand, you define it as libertarian, but then you blame it on progressivism, at least in your title, and then a little bit throughout your book as well. Why do you do that?
Sure, and let me just start by saying that I come from the radical left. In the late 1990s, I worked for George Soros's foundation to advocate drug
reminders. I'm sorry. It's just. It's almost like
people. We did not pre-watch this.
No, we didn't.
That's fucking insane that's what he says. Of all fucking things for him to say that.
It's almost like they're all just in it for the money.
By the way, if you work at a fund and you come out against like lefty policies, we don't really need to know a lot more about you. Like, that's a thing, you know? I was radical left. That's why I worked at a fund.
Decriminalization. I worked with Maxine Waters to advocate needle exchange, organizing civil rights leaders. I still support the decriminalization of marijuana. I have always favored a rehabilitation.
Wait, he organized civil rights leaders? What?
He organized with civil rights leaders. Maxine Waters.
I don't think he said with. I think he just said he organized civil rights leaders.
Sure, and let me just start by saying that I come from the radical left. In the late 1990s, I worked for George Soros's foundation to advocate drug decriminalization. I worked with Maxine Waters to advocate needle exchange, organizing civil rights leaders.
Organizing I still support the civil rights leaders. He's the guy who's pulling the strings, okay? He's telling them all where to go and what to do. Not organized with, organizing civil rights leaders. Yeah.
We can do a deep dive into him, but he's sucked my entire life. Like, he's someone who I've known about since like mid 2000s. Like, this is a person who's been in politics as, you know, the archetype of the why I left the left person. He's one of the first. Like, he was environmentalism is so important, but the radical environmentalists are going too far. That was actually how he got big.
It works too rhetoric. It works rhetorically, and I get it. But it's also like when you think about it for 5 seconds, it is kind of strange. Yeah, I devoted my life to a fraud ideology. You should trust my judgment and what I have to say about complicated social issues. I can get bought off by anyone with $1 million. Like, that's what that means. Like this. I was a radical leftist before I suddenly completely reversed course on every single belief when, by just some coinkydink, other billionaires started pumping money in the other direction, and I saw that I could get a taste. Like,
yeah, he's something, man.
Decriminalization of marijuana. I have always favored a rehabilitation approach rather than a criminal justice approach, and I still believe that. I also support more housing. In fact, I wrote a column in 2019 calling for more housing, an emergency declaration by the governor of California for more housing.
Who doesn't? No more housing. We don't need any more houses. No more houses. Stop building houses. No houses.
Just to quote him, I've been grabbing quotes just because they're fun to litter things in as we go. I'm a liberal in my compassion for the vulnerable, libertarian in my passion for freedom, conservative in my belief that civilization is required for both. It's an actual statement this person has said out loud and not been like, oh, wait, that came out wrong. I meant to fart.
But as soon as I did, I had a number of people email me and say, hey, you can't just describe the people living in open drug scenes, what we call homeless encampments on Skid Row in LA or the Tenderloin in San Francisco, as simply not being able to afford the rent. This is a problem that's driven by drug addiction and untreated mental illness. And
just so you know, because he's now talking about stuff that he studied and studies and blah, blah, blah. When he did that shift, and it's what he was famous for, was as I said, the environmentalists have just gone too far. It's not that serious, blah, blah, blah. And I attached to it because I kind of, he at the time was advocating for, refreshing nuclear power, returning to that, finding safe alternatives, blah, 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 which I agreed with that. But then it became clear as his institute or whatever was putting out studies that it was just made up. Like he was just lying, and his shit has been debunked countless times.
Okay, let me. By the way, hang on. So here's let me see if there's a source for this here. Give me a sec. Oh shit. One moment. Hold the thought. Don't change anything.
I'm here. You're good.
Good. You better be. Okay. All right. So. San Francisco. I'm not going to pull up the actual book, but explicitly in the book, Shellenberger argues that homelessness is not primarily the result of poverty and the shortage of affordable housing. It is, he claims, really a problem mental health. So even here he's being weasel wordy because, yeah, he's for more houses. He's just not for poor people houses.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is why I'm saying, like, and somebody mentioned like NIMBYs. NIMBY means not in my backyard. NIMBYs have no issue with more houses. They just don't want houses with poor people in them near them. Subtle but important difference. Yes, it does mean being against houses in principle, but they're not. They don't understand that because they're selfish and demented.
Yeah, he made his bones doing what, and that's why I think Francesca bringing him up it's very telling because I think she sees the same thing that what Anna's doing. Because his whole thing was he became, after his years of environmental work, which was ostensibly quite good. I mean, as far as, you can tell, or as far as it goes. But he became the guy who would go on Fox News, and the bottom thing on Fox News would always say things like climate alarm, regrets his role in climate alarmism. Like he's that guy. He's the shill. He's one of the first shills because we're talking like 2004 or 5. Like this was early shill. This was early shilling.
No, this is exactly like when Brianna Wu, who once again campaigned for a segregationist when she was in college, happens to talk to Richard Hanania and just gets along swimmingly. Richard, I've always thought that we have a lot in common. And does that for however long. It's the exact same deal. She's not going to come out and say, like, look, I think that all of the homeless people should be rounded up into large crates, put onto a barge, and sunk in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. What she's going to do is she's going to bring on someone who says, well, she's going to say, like, oh, the homeless issue is so heartbreaking and difficult. Here, I've brought on celebrated author Michael Shellenberger to discuss the problems and why progressives aren't willing to actually, like, look at the real hard solutions to these problems. It's like, well, I started off as a radical leftist, and I was paid by George Soros, and I've volunteered my daughters to the sexual emergency clinic in England, and but I'm all for money and houses. Money and houses are good.
Well, and also remember, she lied and said she was a game developer.
Yeah.
Like she has nothing to do with, she never had anything to do with game development. She never worked in game development. And what she did by taking that position, and this is why I think it's especially...
You're to Brianna Wu, to be clear. We moved back to Brianna Wu.
Brianna Wu, sorry.
I was talking about Anna Kasparian here.
She sucks too. But Brianna Wu was never a game developer. And by claiming that role and claiming this thing during that period, she actually sidelined women who really had a lot to say. Brenda Braithwaite, who I'm proud to call a friend. Amy Henning, who I don't, because I don't know her. But there's...
Proud to call her not a friend, are you? Okay,
I haven't worked with her. But there's an extraordinary number of women who are like old heads and women who are trying to break into games right now who could have taken that place and could have been really honest about how, and it is awful in video games, But when you don't work at a games company your entire life and you don't understand what it's like to try to get into games because you never had to try to get into games, that thing that you're now advocating for is so disconnected from the vital real world life that people are leading that you don't help with advocacy in any meaningful way. It's one of the things that was most disgusting about everything she did is she kept taking on these facades of a person who's persecuted for thing X when she's not that thing, nor does she care. It's just self-aggrandizement at all. And it doesn't actually move forward anything that happens. It's horrifying. It's horrifying. Piece of garbage.
Oh, that's John Romero's wife.
Yes. I prefer to say he's Brenda's husband.
It's fair. Has he made anything in the last forever?
John's worked on good stuff. They have a game company together. They put out a game with their kid. John put out a game with his kid. Brenda worked on, and then they've got a couple of titles.
Because I feel like the last thing I heard about him, and I was kind of surprised he was working on this, was the Gauntlet 7 Sorrows game, which was weird to me.
He's got a bunch of stuff he's touched into. I can't talk about the stuff he's currently doing, but it's cool. Brenda, and I say this with all love, John, if you ever see this, I say this with all love and you know this. I think Brenda is fucking brilliant. Like genuinely probably one of the more interesting minds who's ever touched games. Worth looking into the stuff she's done. Really. Mostly her more experimental
Playboy the
stuff.
Mansion?
No. Hey, you got to pay the bills. Tree or Trains as the two most interesting like real world interactive
By the way,
things.
she did the writing for Jagged Alliance, if anyone's ever played that, which is really good.
Dude, she fucking programmed like the first Dungeons and Dragons game. Like in the 80s, like early 80s. She's been around. I think she did AD&D. What was the title of it? The subtitle? She's fucking been around. She's been around for forever.
No, it was Wizardry. It wasn't D&D. It was Wizardry.
She did Wizardry?
Yeah, it was Wizardry. Realms of Arcania. Is that a D&D one?
She's done a lot of shit.
That is. I think that is D&D actually. Realms of Arcana is. Wait.
She's been around. And when you talk about again,
it was a competitor of Dungeons and Dragons. What did she?
She got to be a part of and watch. And this is she gave a talk at GDC. My number one reason why, and it was a whole bunch of women talking about their issues and what's going on in games. And she gave a lot of talks on what it was like to be a woman, because she kind of went through this really early time where it wasn't settled that it was a men's space. It was kind of switching to that, but she got to watch it completely change and become this like very testosterone fueled nightmare fest. And the talks she gives on it are incredible, genuinely incredible. It's worth looking up her talks. Brenda Romero now.
It'll probably be Brenda Romero on YouTube if you're looking for it.
It won't be, because most of her talks were before they got married.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
So Braithwaite. Again, just search up Brenda Braithwaite. You don't have to spell it correctly, and Train, and just read about Train.
Yeah, but also though, YouTube is younger than their marriage, so they might still be calling her Romero because the people who post might be thinking of her as Romero.
Never know. But
anyways.
Anyway, my point overall, the reason I've always had a little bit of animosity, and it's a significant amount, it's to anyone who kind of takes that thing and claims it for themselves when they're disconnected from the industry they're
and then just
for.
by the way, just smears it for everybody else, because the stuff she produced by essentially exploiting other workers to make a shitty game that she had poor communication, poor design on, because she hired people who knew what they were doing, and then just was impossible to work with. Ex-employees have spoken out about this. Like just made it look like anyone who says, "Oh, I'm a game developer," is just like full of shit. Like when people talk about the grifters of Gamergate and whatnot, and like from the other side, their point of reference is Zoe Quinn and Brianna Wu. Nobody remembers anybody else. Anita Sarkeesian didn't really make games. I don't think. She just commented on them. And it's like, wow. I played Revolution 60 on stream. It is so bad.
Anita had an academic specific thing she was doing, and I actually really appreciated it. And she did not deserve.
She got done dirty. She got done really.
Well, she got done dirty because what she got done with is someone like a Brianna Wu, who puts herself in the center, colors everyone else, who continually puts herself in that place, colors everyone else. And so Anita doesn't get to just be Anita, who's a pretty smart, doing a very particular thing, really well spoken, and trying to make a more simplistic, hey, let's talk about theory through video games thing, which, by the way, like, it's fine. She didn't even try to do like crazy weird theory. Like, we talk about batai and shit when it comes to, like, it's insane to do. It's just feminism. But the shit she got is because it was this larger, like, oh, I'm getting death threats, I'm this, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, these other people are actually getting those, trying to produce real work, trying to live in that space, and trying to talk about real problems. And they're real problems. It's a thing, back when I was working on Avatar, I tried to hire women. I always tried to hire women in games. And it's, sure, call it affirmative action, I don't care, because my challenge is, it's the same thing as everything. Women make up half of all people. And if I want to make something that's broad, that's able to hit to a lot of people and make something that's good, I need to have people who are part of a broader group than just myself.
Brooks is in fact half woman, by the way.
I mean, more or less. But that thing is necessary from like a purely capitalist perspective, but also I find it really innervating to have people who have disagreements or different life experiences with me, because it causes us to have really interesting takes. It's my team that made Hero, the one that my piece that I'm going to hold up the rest of my life, because I won Sundance and fucking Tribeca Film Festival, was made with a team that was half women. And like that thing, there was me and one other guy was the white people on it. Like, that's it. Like, this piece was able to be made because it was conflicting people who were ready to work together and do great things. And this is hard to find. It's just hard to find women who can do the work because they haven't had the experience, because no one will hire them, because it's hard to find women. It's a nightmare. And sorry, it just makes me angry every time Brianna Wu like is brought up. It's like, this is the thing we never got to discuss because it became about her.
But it's okay. The story has a happy ending. Afterwards, she used her position as a left-wing, as a pseudo left-winger in collaboration with the Young Turks, to then shit on all those people that she was trying to use to up-jump herself earlier. It's fucking ridiculous.
I interviewed one of the major homeless service providers in Los Angeles what percentage of people he thought living on the streets were suffering from substance use disorder, which is what we call addiction these days. And he said 100%. And I thought that sounded crazy high. So I thought maybe he was conservative. So I interviewed a very progressive woman who became a character, a real.
Again, if that answer, like these are self-reports.
Yes.
Hey, how many people who are living on the street have substance abuse? Fuck, I think all of them. And your answer is, wow, that guy just wants to make the homeless look bad. If
hey, here's a
where
question.
You go,
yeah. Here's a question for you. How many people who aren't homeless do you think have substance abuse issues in America today? Probably a fair amount, actually. Now, it depends on what you're talking about, because, we largely don't count some drugs. But like I would wager almost everybody is supplementing themselves with some kind of chemical at some level. Yeah. People are even, by the way, caffeine. Because you know what some people do instead of cocaine? They take caffeine pills. Fucks with your heart. You do it too much. You take too much. People actually like kill themselves.
5 hour energy like
over the
kills
counter.
Your liver actively. Like, it's a horrifying thing.
Yes. Alcohol. Are you an alcoholic? No. Guess what? You don't have to be to get liver disease. Just so you know. You don't have to be an alcoholic to be dependent either. Just so you know. You can, for example, find yourself requiring like just a steady like constant of the stuff that is harming you, that is actually causing you to be more sluggish, weaker, and sicker over time, just to cope. And are you clinically an alcoholic? No. You can quote unquote stop any time, but you won't, and you're still hurting yourself, so on and so forth. Like it's across the board. So the idea that homeless people suddenly would have this large chunk of people who are just like clean living or whatever, it's like they don't have the luxury.
I'm going to skip ahead a bit because I want to get to like I want to get to the conclusions that Anna draws with this person more than anything, and then we'll get back. I only want to do like another 30 seconds of this.
Yeah.
to work. On one hand, there's the policing issue, which desperately needs to be reformed. And I would argue that in order to reform policing, you actually have to use a little more funding and ensure that you're hiring the right people, you're training the right people. And then on the other hand, when it comes to universal psychiatry, I mean, that takes a considerable amount of resources as well. You're correct in stating that a place like California has the resources necessary to make it happen. But I'm curious, is there any movement working toward that as we speak?
Very significant movement. And in fact, there's been a really lovely history, a secret history in some ways, or little known history of Republicans and Democrats working together to expand mental health care. It's an issue that had been shrouded in shame and taboo for many decades. But there is a law in the books that says that we need what's called so-called parity in terms of health insurance providers, including the government, providing equal treatment for mental health issues as well as physical health issues. The system hasn't responded in the way that it needs to, in part.
This is all cover for right-wing shit. It's incredible. It's just depressing, Sunday. It really is.
Let's go back to Francesca,
who had written the book San Francisco, Why Progressives Are Ruining Cities. Instead of focusing on housing market prices,
how just absolutely shitty that title is. It's such trash. San Francisco, really?
It is one of those things that's clever at first blush and then annoying at second.
That is not clever at first blush. That is.
It's like, oh, San Francisco. That was, yeah.
On how homelessness often leads to things like addiction
what if
and
we
mental
called them
illness.
Republicans?
Shellenberger focuses on Democrats who think
that's not clever.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Are you going to trademark it?
Go too easy on the unhoused. I remember that I jumped onto the show right after he got off, after that interview, and the TYT audience was really pissed because they felt like the framing and the platforming of someone like Shellenberger was a disservice to the issue of homelessness, mental illness, and addiction. Anna apparently took that as the chat downplaying what happened to her rather than how the issues were presented. She's since gone on right-wing shows like Glenn Beck, Piers Morgan, and Jillian Michaels, among others, to retell the story.
Like bottom of the barrel stuff, not even channels. Just going on to like right-wing YouTube channels just to get just a scrape. Anyway, like, hey, Adam, such an Adam. I've always thought that actually we had a lot in common. It's the Brianna Wu thing. It's just like, have some fucking
If I can say about Jillian Michaels a good thing, I can. She has the single best guest appearance on Eric Andre that there ever was. Just to mention, if you get a chance, it's the best Eric Andre appearance of anyone, period, I think. Not for her, but it's pretty great. I feel like I want to watch it real quick.
No.
For why
I
she
know.
feels
Okay.
the left left her, that maybe she's never been left, why she's politically homeless, or, politically unhoused. Since then, she's gone on to cover critical stories from a right-wing framing, like the alleged takeovers of buildings by Venezuelan gangs in Aurora, Colorado, like the mentally ill, undocumented man in Los Angeles, who was found lighting fires, but who was not responsible for the wildfires themselves in January. Throwing progressive mayors like Brandon Johnson of Chicago under the bus because he listens to teachers too much. Anna's actually really skilled at what she does, so the laziness with which she treats these stories really just stands out all the more. Let me give you some backstory, though, of Anna and my friendship. We've never been close, despite a hike, a dinner, and the time that she generously gave me a gift for my new baby and then explained to me that she was going to debate Ben Shapiro because, in her words, she, quote, felt she could win over his audience. Two moments with Anna stand out for me in terms of how I've always treated her. In 2016, I was working with AJ Plus and we were at the RNC. I had just started going on TYT a little bit and meeting everyone. And TYT was there, and Anna was there, and she was frustrated because she hadn't been booked on many appearances on camera, and instead a panel of men mostly clogged up the day. I stood next to her and told her how annoying that was, and just tried to build her up in solidarity. Then in 2019, we went out to lunch in Los Angeles at an awesome spot that she knew of. And Anna confided to me that she was frustrated about leadership at
Share the awesome spot next time.
TYT. How she wasn't involved in day-to-day decision-making, and how Jenk viewed her more as a kid sister rather than a co-equal partner. And at the time, she wanted to branch out on her own and do videos on a new channel. I implored her at that moment to stay. I said that it's always women that tend to walk away from organizations, even when they've helped build them up to the point
100%.
that they're at. I told her to fight for more of a decision-making role and to not walk away. And she did. And it looks like the editorial decisions that we see being made at TYT are in part because she now has the reins. In a way, I'm proud of her, even if I don't like the coverage. In November of last year, in an effort to understand where Anna was coming from and why she was doing what she was doing, I invited her to come on my show, The Bituation Room. She agreed, but also told me that she had a family emergency that sounded bad, and I told her to not worry and that we would find a time in the new year. That week, she went on Glenn Beck's show, and it kind of puzzled me, to be honest. She obviously now is likely not going to come on my show, in part because Jenk did. And I wanted to talk to him about his own very cordial conversations with the right since the election or re-election of Donald Trump.
We should watch that.
In which he tells various figures.
We can also, he's got, Jenk put out a video explaining why he's removing Francesca too. We've got that in line if you want.
We'll do both. Let's do that one, and then let's watch the conversation.
We're going to do some, it's a TYT day.
From Charlie Kirk to Patrick Bet-David to Tim Pool to RFK Jr. lover, again, Jillian Michaels, about how he agrees that the left is often cruel and too extreme, saying that at a time where people are literally being disappeared for their political beliefs by this right-wing agenda. Anyone can watch the discussion. I put it in the link below, and it's honestly just a really disturbing portrait of his very with me or against me mentality. I even foreshadowed in the video the idea that he would boot me from TYT one day, and he did. It was also staggering how much he was shadowboxing with me as some kind of stand-in for the max left that has lost their minds. In that video, he laughed at me for suggesting that Trump would create detention camps. After the discussion in December, TYT main show never asked me back on. And then when I made a harmless little video pointing out that yes, there are detention camps, that seemed to be one of the final straws. Personally, Jenk and I were never close. In 2022, I think we went out to lunch and he asked me if I wanted to work with TYT full-time. And it gave me pause. Look, I work with a number of outlets. I am a stand-up comedian. I value my free time, and I have my own show. I wanted time to do those things, but also I pay through the nose for things like healthcare, and a little bit of job stability would be amazing. I also know how hard the company works people who work there, and I know how it treated the union drive. I also know how much they deny full-time employees bonuses every year.
It's just worth mentioning, they really fought unionizing. So, just as a thing, just because she referenced it.
They're leftists. That's what they do.
Even when they're delivering millions of views. I know that they're kind of cheap, and Jenk usually doesn't like it when people negotiate with him. So I said, sure, I want to work for TYT full-time, but it depends on the offer, which, by the way, you should always ask for an offer before you pledge loyalty to anyone or any company.
She's 100% right, by the way. Never just accept a job, ever. They always respond and always push and bargain, because they're doing that with you, even if it doesn't feel like that.
No. Everyone knows it's a progressive leftist working class conscious principle that you take everything your employer says on faith and you just accept whatever they give you, because it is a privilege.
Look, I'm talking about men.
Money.
If you haven't subscribed to the damn channel, do it.
Thank you, Rick Side, for the $5. And yes,
you,
subscribe to the damn channel.
Subscribe to the damn channel. That's the news. That's going to be the new thing. Okay. It's not going to be donate to sports. Subscribe to the damn channel.
I mean, it's by the way, there's a very good chance that it upset him so much because it was a woman responding, because he does. And it's been a thing people have talked about who've left, that he does kind of view Anna as like a little sister or like a friend who works there, and like a girl who's like, and so, having women respond like this, like men, like that's fuck.
An offer
Hey guys,
never came.
we're five subs away from 900. Let's hit 900 for the end of the stream, okay? If you haven't subscribed to the channel, first of all, how dare you? But secondly,
absolutely
subscribe. Seriously, shame. Subscribe to the channel. We are five away from 900, which means only 100 away from. Help me, Brooks. I can't do math. 900 and plus 100.
What?
Which is what we need for.
We need 105 in order to get to monetization.
Yes, exactly.
And absolutely, we have 100 people here who are not subscribed. So just fucking do that. It takes 2 seconds. It means nothing.
I think we have 200 people here who are not subscribed. They're just mocking us.
Yeah, they do. They're terrible.
My view.
They're probably Young Turks fans.
Oh.
That's who doesn't subscribe.
We'll call them tits from now on. Young Turks fans are tits. Okay?
Young Turks was always a crap name anyway. It's like I get it in the sense of like, oh, the Young Turks. And it's like, yeah, but didn't they genocide?
Loyalty wasn't a given. All this to say, I'm not sad to leave TYT behind, especially now. With, of course, the exception of the damage report with John Idarola, who I care about
like John.
and I think is so talented.
What is he doing?
But we live in a time of right-wing...
Like, seriously, what is John going to fucking do at this point?
Monsters, authoritarians, and yes, fascists. And anyone capitulating to their framework about human rights, about policing, around militarism, is not serious about liberation or democracy. Please, never watch anyone who can't admit when they're wrong. Never watch anyone who tells you that their strategy is right and that they are the way, the truth, the light. Never listen to anyone who doesn't have a sense of humor when they are acting like a bitch. I am one person with a scrappy YouTube channel who pieces together my annual living. I have a fraction of the following of TYT, which is a $1 million media company. The idea that they choose to focus on me or other leftist creators in their field is honestly really disheartening and very revealing. Look, I wish the best for the people of TYT, but as for the main hosts, I kind of just wish them peace, because it's been a long, long road with many skeletons in many closets, and honestly, I don't think they know where that road is going. And it's...
I think she's fucking spot on. Let's move to Jenk. I'm gonna take a restroom break. You want to talk?
Your
for a
restroom
second?
break? Okay, we'll watch the Jill Cougar conversation after that. Okay, you go do that.
I will. One moment. I'll return shortly.
No, I'm not. The creatures in my library are with me. All right. Now that the normies are gone, here's the deal. Okay. Here's the deal. If we get to 1,000 subscribers by the end of stream, we only need 103 left. I will force Brooks to do something very embarrassing. I don't know what yet, but I will figure it out. And it will be. Very much so. Brooks is streaming while streaming, yes. Yes, he is. I don't want to cure cancer. I want to turn people into dinosaurs, exactly. So it's on Destiny Vosh Xanderhall. Xanderhall's apparently lost everything because he's locked himself out of his account, which is horrible but hilarious at the same time. I don't know how you do that. Apparently he's locked himself out of his Google account, so he can't access his 110,000 sub channel anymore, which is apparently why he hasn't streamed all week. It's just like, wow. That's rough. That's really rough. Oh, looks like he got it back. Looks like he's back. Nice. Nice. Good for him. Good for him. He made it. Okay, good. You back? I can hear your toilet flushing, Brooks. The vape master never dies. I will say I'm not surprised from the guy who didn't have a bank account and instead kept all his money on PayPal. Yeah, that was special, wasn't it? He once lost all of his money because he kept it all on PayPal, which is just, it's not funny because it's like, that's really serious, but it's also like, it's pretty funny.
Kept everyone entertained, I hope?
Nope.
No, you did nothing at all?
No, everybody, I was just in silence. Actually, we wanted to see if we could hear your toilet flush, and we could.
No.
Now you can listen back. We totally could.
You could. They're muted.
Oh. Oh. Right. Okay. Well then.
That's why I was swearing and saying all those slurs, because I wasn't visible on stream. All right. Want to watch the Young Turks?
Sure.
The one from a day ago, or you want to watch which one?
I want to.
Recently, Francesca.
The one from a day ago. So this was released today.
This was today? March 26th. So 2 days ago.
That's 2 days ago. Okay. What's the, was there another one from today?
No, this would be it. This is the one.
All right. Okay. Well, let's see it then. How long is it?
It is 26 minutes.
Okay. We're not going to go through the whole thing. I just want to see what they say about this.
It's Jenk going through clips and showing things off. This is going to be.
There's got to be a point where he just says the thing. Look in the, he says it right at the beginning. Okay. Let's just start it.
Florentini asked us at TYT to take her podcast, The Bituation Room, off the network. And we happily agreed to that. And today, I'm going a little further, and I'm going to take Francesca off the network entirely. So you won't see her on any of the TYT shows going forward. So I want you guys to know why I'm doing that and how this whole situation is.
Stick your hand in a bowl of warm water.
Thank you, Rick's Eye.
Thank you, Rick's Eye.
We probably will do that. So that's fair.
Really about Francesca. It's about TYT, our community, and what we stand for. And so we're for open minds and open hearts. And so I want all of you to know that, and I want to build a community that believes in that and invites people in that believe in the same things. And by the way, if you don't believe in the same things and you say, no, I have a strict ideology and I have no open mind about that, no problem. There are tons of shows out there for you guys.
By the way, they lost 10,000 subscribers today. That is faster. That is faster than Destiny lost subscribers when the revenge porn.
I'm not a subscriber. Not anymore. It's been a bit.
You stopped subscribing to Destiny? Well, I'm proud of you.
No. Look, again, Francesca, there's a lot of people that go through TYT that actually does good work. And it's a fucking shame. It's a real shame.
Yeah.
So first of all, we've had some disagreements. I certainly have with some of the far left, but I think they've been relatively small. But if you think that they've been large, no problem. So they've been around the issue of crime. Did crime rise between 2019 and 2020?
Red flag. Anyone who calls it the far left, is a conservative. As a rule, it's because this is what they mean by far left. Exactly what Fox News means when they say liberal. Exactly the same.
Or when they say far left. Right? Like that's who uses
it. They use them as synonyms, right? They don't.
For example, you know who doesn't use the term far left? Sam Cedar. As an example, doesn't use that term. He doesn't say the far left does.
While you were gone, Sunday told us about your secret love for Freud and Jung.
I do have a secret. Look, ultimately, I'm Oedipalized at heart, but only through the magician.
You don't hate Jung.
I mean, I don't hate Freud. I don't hate Ayn Rand. Like, what the fuck?
Money. Subscribe to the channel or we'll buy you a subscription to the Young Turks.
Oof. That's very counterproductive.
Yeah, it's very. That's you're going to negate yourself here with that donation, but thank you very much for it. But it's no one uses the term far left except for right wingers. Like that's just how it works. Because anyone who is progressive, even like AOC doesn't talk about the far left. Bernie doesn't talk about the far left. Like you know who does? Jenk.
Yeah.
Well, that's a fact. It did. But it's okay. We could have different interpretations of it. That's not an issue at all. We certainly are against police abuse, and we've fought against it. I would argue at least as much as any show on the planet, and perhaps a lot more. And I take great pride that Benjamin Crump, among others, said that Trayvon Martin would not have gotten anywhere near the national coverage that he did if it wasn't for the Young Turks. So nevertheless, we could have disagreements about specific policy issues.
And that's why this is heartbreaking. Like that's, I mean, it is. People now, let's say you kids who exist now, if you rewind 6-7 years, this isn't a thing. Like people being outwardly lefty, not really a thing, let alone in, fucking 2016. Like this wasn't a thing. So we're talking about, like, again, this was Majority Report and the Young Turks. That was it. There wasn't options. So he's not wrong that they've done good work in the past. That's what makes this suck so hard.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I would be willing to bet that for the little amount that he's not exaggerating, that Shellenberger probably did good work in the past. He's being funded by Soros to be involved.
Oh no, not even close to the no.
Okay, fair enough. But here's the general point though. Like when you occupy a position and you do a job, even if you're doing it fraudulently in the sense that you're doing it without actually believing in the thing that you're saying, you can still do that effectively. And that's why this is so damaging, because these people built up trust and built up a community and built up stature as that, so that when they turn, they first of all humiliate every single person who followed them and who they now pretend is representing. And simultaneously, they take their pedigree helping those people in order to do things now that hurt them. Again,
I'm not saying that they're awesome or anything, but I think for me the point is more I believe in allowing people to change, and that means both directions. And the work that he did, I'm not going to say that he had the wrong view. The stuff they did around Trayvon Martin and police brutality was real, even for Anna at the time. I have no doubt about that. But people change.
I think there are kinds of change that are capable of being organic and kinds that aren't. And I think when it's the kind of change where it is quite literally a political calculation based on what you think is the general perception of what is the acceptable middle and what is the extreme and what is the acceptable range of things sort of skirting the line on that, and you change that and you turn on people that you used to represent, you built an audience representing, I don't think that's the kind of organic change we talk about when somebody grew old and bitter and they legitimately just shifted. I think this is when you have someone who was already comfortable making changes based on a cynical calculation and did not fundamentally care about the things they were doing.
But that assumes that they are essentially them always, and that there is no internal change.
No, not at all. I think it's a little bit different, actually. What I'm talking about is the specific kind of competency that a showman uses is one that is sort of necessity very largely deliberate and keyed towards a particular kind of activity. It's different from the kinds of changes that happen to a person over time when they're in sort of like just experiencing life and having like quiet reflection and whatnot. This is now you always at any given time have these particular connections to other people, not just in your real life but in the media as your persona, and you adjust those things based on those connections. What is revealed is what the nature of those connections were. Changes on the surface level like this, you can't have your cake and eat it too in this respect. People do change at deep levels, and sometimes what's on the surface is manifest of stuff that happens down there. But in this particular case, when all of the activity is surface, when this is all presentation, I don't think you can then say that, well, like, no, I think there's just absolute sincerity behind this because there can be no other. It's like, no, their job is presentation. When they choose to say something publicly like this, the specific...
No, but here's the thing. Like, just because the direction of where a person sits and how they sit and what they respond to. Jenk is actually, I think, a really interesting version of this because he is an ex-Republican. Like, that's where he came from. He was a soft conservative Republican prior to like Bush, like in the 90s and things.
Yeah.
And he began making the turn thanks to the wars in Iraq and a handful of other things. And he began to shift over time towards what we would call more, I don't know, I don't want to say progressive, but liberal. He became more lib than anything. He was not lefty at any point. And he definitely ended up in some places touching into progressive politics. It was really for him, the war in Iraq and everything that happened with George Bush that pushed him completely away from the Republican
But
Party.
here's the problem. Here's the problem, though.
Yeah.
What is the war in Iraq, just as a thing? What is it?
That's not a thing that's possible to answer.
I think it is, actually. It's an historical event that had a particular set of inputs and a particular set of outputs. It's trivial. So changing your political positions
Sam went
based on
over a bit of this and told some Jenk stories on the Majority Report today.
That would be interesting to watch too.
That would be. When you change your political positions based on an event happened and something bad happened as a result, you're changing your political positions based on a series of exigencies that you don't fully understand because they're immensely complicated, which could have turned out in some way otherwise, which means that this is like parable of the sower, okay? This is seeds on shallow gravel, springs up really fast and then blows away with the wind. The reason for taking that position can now be a mirror image of you're switching sides based on what you perceive to be a weakness publicly in the position or a weakness in the stance, but not because of an actual, not because of something actually ethically rooted. And the problem is, if you're, for example, a conservative in that atmosphere, then you also buy as a conservative in that atmosphere that progressives are fucking everything up and controlling everything. And so you might actually be very susceptible to the notion that progressives are running the world and that there is money to be made and power to be gained by playing that game yourself. And this is indeed exactly what.
No.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I'm not big on psychologizing people, but I'm like Jenk as being like straight up grift as a thing is tougher for me. I think he is this thing that he's doing here, if we're going to say that there is a through line, is just what's in line with kind of what he's always been, which is someone who has a very particular set of investments when it comes to how the government is involved in our lives and the balances of power within democracy, the liberal tradition. He is in that sort of position. He's a Bidenite type, if anything, with a little bit more, somewhat more progressive values and views on policing and things like that. But the shift for him and the thing that hit, and again, it wasn't going left in the Iraq war or going progressive during the Iraq war was not a thing that made anyone popular or made anyone any money. That was not a thing that existed at the time. So like that setup, the first time I ever heard of Jenk was when Samuel Alito was being confirmed, and they did like an on-air filibuster, like gigantic long thing. And it was like, it was kind of, well, it was a thing people didn't consider that you could do, like live protest at the place, fighting these things, pushing Congress, screaming at them, loud and all that. But again, the investments in shifting as time goes and where he's really at, I think I'm hesitant to say that it's like pure grifty for him, that he's always been this fairly Republican, liberal, center-right guy with a handful of things that generally push into more progressive policies. And because we have such a far right wing, he has seemed more center or center-left to people. Anna, I think, started in much of the same position, had a few more sort of lefty takes, but Jenk surrounded himself with people who I think propped up a better view of that, and that over time you could see as people left and they talked about this, or as people stayed and they didn't talk about it, you can see kind of who coalesces around who Jenk has become, or where his real values and investments sort of sit. I'm hesitant to say that it's deeply cynical.
I don't know. I'm looking at a guy who's like who's denied the Armenian genocide. He's named his channel the Young Turks in the light of that, and so on and so forth. I don't buy that. Well, he must have to remain the same constantly for this explanation to be true, because he's remained the same constantly. I think it's a lot easier, and I think it's a lot more parsimonious, I guess, to just say, look, he's a media guy. Everyone around him makes these calculations. We've seen this. The people who get along with him are people who make these calculations. They've done so throughout the entirety of their careers. He saw where the winds were turning, and he made a decision. And that is indeed where the winds were turning. It's not simply the case. I disagree with you a little bit. Like, obviously,
I lived through the Iraq War. Be very careful about what you say about the winds turning for that. Like, that's not accurate. The winds didn't turn for the first couple of years of the Iraq War when he was
not for the first couple of years, but they absolutely did. And moreover, there absolutely were like successful platforms that did criticize it. Like, that is a thing. It wasn't the same as it is now by a long shot, but that did exist, right?
I mean, it was Keith Olbermann and MSNBC. Sure, you could make that argument, and some of that. There was a handful of lefty talk radio stations. He was the progressive voice on Sirius, though. As someone who drove cross country a lot at the time and had Sirius, he was the guy, and it was fairly unique. And again, the ability for him to have sold out during the Tea Party era and join. I'm
not saying. Just to be clear, I'm not saying he sold out. What I'm saying is the basis for his moves may have very well had to do with the perception of the strength and longevity of different positions, and not to do with a principled sort of like leftist ethic behind the scenes, which I think is a fair assumption based on what he's doing now, and based on the fact that the decisions that he has made up to this point that led him to this point don't require you to have that ethic, right? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he sold out.
How we got to this is I was agreeing with him because I think they did good work, and the TYT thing.
I'm not denying that. Yeah.
The Trayvon Martin, the work there, the way that like Status Quo operates now, what Jordan, and I love what Jordan does. But what they do inside of Status Quo originated with what TYT enabled him to do. And when he left, and he had it was a horrifying thing that happened there, but like he was able to do that with TYT as well. And it was like the enabling of a handful of good people, enabling of a handful of bad. Again, the whole thing that's happening with Francesca, I find unconscionable, because what she's saying is, Jenk, you're giving too much room to Republicans, which is a thing that if you go back to like 2006 or 7, as people started, as people were finding George Bush less palatable and making moves a little bit more to the left, he railed against the idea of, which was popular amongst Democrats as they started grooming Obama and others, don't go too far left. And he'd be like, that's what we need. He was scream shit like that. So he's kind of become, and getting rid of Francesca is kind of getting rid of his younger self, which is fucking weird to watch. It's again, I've watched him for like literally 20 fucking years, 20 plus years. And it's just very strange to watch. And I know people like him, and they're people who are center right or right and have sort of, because the right wing is psychotic,
but I think
found themselves in opposition.
Yeah. But I think that's the thing though. I think people think that there is a person behind the person who's on screen.
No, definitely. I agree with you.
Yeah. But like the thing of it is like, this is a media man. When he makes decisions in public, regardless of whether or not he believes it behind the surface, when he makes moves like that, that is in that particular ecosystem, and it is because of causes in that ecosystem in particular. There's reasons germane to that area of activity for why he does what he does. All I'm saying is
I think we're having slight disagreements. That's the whole point.
No. But like I think more to the point though. Like I just want to clarify. I don't think he thought to himself, "Oh, I will grift off of this." No, what I think happened is you sort of like softly feel like these big things moving, and you have sort of a general sense of where they're going. Because there's also another reason why there was relatively timid, it's certainly like mainstream reactions to the Iraq War. And a major one, of course, is just the fact that platforms like YouTube weren't really a thing back then. You didn't have like news coverage independently like that at this small little indie scale. that could just like proliferate. But
see, I think he just has a huge amount of cultural machismo and other things that have bled into a general center right with some good. He has some good positions. Flatly, he does. I mean, he's an idiot in a lot of ways, but he has a lot of good positions.
So does Jordan Peterson.
But it's I'd love one position.
Washing your balls is a healthy practice that everyone with balls should do.
The biggest reason I think I'm saying this is because when we think about like the reason we're here and what Francesca is talking about, just because it's just a quick moment. This mental space is not the same thing, right? Like, because we're talking about Jenk and Anna here.
It says, speaking of mainstream shows, Jenk, Anna, did you know Jimmy Kimmel featured one of Hassan's tweets on last night's show?
I know. Everyone loves Hassan. He's super famous and rich. We got it.
That bitterness broke out of nowhere.
No, I get it. Like, no, I know. It's super salty. I love Hassan. I'm actually really happy for him. But, like, I also reflect on my own career and feel like a massive failure sometimes. So I don't like, and not to that. I don't want that to make you feel bad about yourself. I'm not able to. You think the fucking New Yorker is gonna write a fucking glowing profile about me? Are you fucking kidding me? No, of course not. Of course, like. Anyway, I guess I do care a little bit about it.
Yeah, apparently.
Like,
there's a little bit. That's something. She's something, isn't she?
Oh yeah. Anyway, like, why the fuck didn't I just play video games? Why the fuck didn't I just play video games?
Look, here's the thing, okay? Look. It's 2025, okay?
Yep.
In 2020, Cenk Uygur starts Rebellion Pack. Who does he pick to start Rebellion Pack with?
Oh yeah. No.
Brianna Wu.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so like let's be clear for a second. This guy seeks out and befriends and stays tight with grifters, not with real leftists, not with real progressives. He doesn't have common cause with them when it comes down to it. In the back end, they don't get along. In the back end, he's mocking them. He thinks they're silly and gross and whatever. Like, this is not the attitude of someone who is genuinely motivated by like sincere feelings. Certainly not at this juncture. And again, like, do I think he was like, he cackled to himself and thought, I'm going to fool the masses into thinking I'm a progressive? No, I think what happened was he saw an angle and he took the angle, and unfortunately, that's actually the same thing.
Oh yeah,
really.
no, I get that, and again, it's a thing. So, even that though, I don't necessarily fault. It's everything is an angle. I never fault a hustle. I don't fault a hustle. I fault a
hustle. I fault a hustle when you're tying women, children, widows, and orphans to it. Okay,
what you do with it? I agree.
He's now swinging them around like a flail. Hey, Trayvon Martin would have gotten this level of attention if it wasn't for us.
And now he's screaming about how we need more police and we need to. Yeah, it's again, it's where you have this fucking weird Titanic shift, but it's not really a Titanic shift. I get that, but it's just again, it's very just weird to watch overall. It's just very surreal.
Then we go on slogans and framing, etc. For example, defund the police, Latinx. These are normal disagreements within any community. And I certainly would never want to shut that down because we're, again, for open minds. And of course, we've had some disagreements on the issue of transgender rights. Let me just say quickly what my position is, because a lot of people outside of the network have been misleading you about this. So I'm for 100% constitutional rights for transgender Americans, because why? They're Americans, just like the rest of us, and they should have the same exact rights as us. They should be protected in bathrooms. They should definitely be allowed to serve in the military. And I happen to think that they should be allowed to play, transgender girls should be allowed to play in girls sports in high school. Now, my position on that is not overall popular in the country. I understand that, and I have a strategy for hopefully how to win on that in the long run.
Fine. It was fine.
But I don't believe that they should be mandated to play in college and professional level. I think the league should get to make those decisions on their own. I think that is a small disagreement. Obviously, others think that's a giant disagreement, but that's, again, not the issue here. I think what the issue is when others, among the issues, is when others say only my.
This is not what. Otherwise, we can't hear you.
This is not what Francesca. This is not what they're talking about. Like,
no,
it's.
No,
if
no.
it is,
This
if it is just
what's
that,
happening.
If it's just that tiny little thing, I guess, which isn't really tiny, but let's just say it's not even that disagreement. It's such an odd way to phrase the entire thing and to like poison pill the entire discussion.
Well, it's because he had the last time there was a major case of somebody leaving TYT was Benny Carollo, where he and Anna Kasparian went on afterwards, misgendered her several times. And it was weird. And what he's doing right now is it's just more of that, guys. Just more of that. There's a bunch of these dumb kids. These dumb kids. They can't handle a professional working environment. They can't handle disagreement. And that's it. Meanwhile, he's the one going public. And I don't think Francesca. My apologies. Francesca. What's her last name?
Florentini.
That's what's happening. I'm melding her first and last name in my brain for some reason. Clearly, I'm too tired.
She has an amazing last
name. For some reason, my brain is like she's called Franceschini or something. It's like
one of those last names that like I'm jealous of because it's just such a killer. If it's a real last name, good for her. If it's not, brilliant invention.
Point is, it's like he's got a bit of a problem because most of the people who leave are coded women, and in addition to all of this, it's like. She didn't come out first, I think, complaining about this. It seems like he did it first. And he announced, you know what? Actually, we're just getting rid of her entirely. It's like, you didn't have to say that. You could have just been quiet and let her explain. But you don't want to do that for the reason that her explaining it isn't flattering to you. So, yeah.
My opinion is the correct one, the moral one. Everyone who disagrees with me is unintelligent, immoral, collaborator, etc. Well, we'll get to the specifics on Francesca in a second. I'm saying that generally, and that they speak for the left. Well, let's find out if they do speak for the left. This is a little bit of Francesca, a little bit of Emma Vigeland from Majority Report, and spliced in is the actual facts about what the American people think. And interestingly,
oh God,
what the American people think. What does what the American people think matter here? We're talking about you, Jenk.
Didn't he just say? See if they're really the left.
At his face. He's looking rough, man.
Didn't he say they're really the left? We'll find out if they're really the left by polling Americans, because that is a. Do you know what I usually do? Is I look to America for progressive policies. That's what I do. Is I go, you know what I really want is whatever Americans mostly agree on. That's the right thing. That's the right thing for me to do.
You know what? You know what I would do if I was a
I already know what this looks like.
If I was a rather south of Europe looking man with a channel called the Young Turks, is I would try to grift off the American right that wants to get rid of everybody who vaguely resembles me. That's a winning move. I would sacrifice my entire audience and break loyalty with all of my employees and everybody who I built up with. And I'd try to curry favor with them. I think it's a smart investment. I think it's going to work really well. I think if I was Brianna Wu, I would really want to be the one good trans woman that Trump is gonna let into the fold. Oh, I said the name of the show. Sorry, go on.
Oh, that hurts. That hurts.
It does, doesn't it? Good.
Oh, it's all I can think is like. Hey, Martin Luther King, have you looked at the polls lately? Okay. Have you seen what Americans, how they feel about the black people? Come on. You wild, wacky lefty.
First, let's watch this.
I'm a big Messi fan, but let me just explain this.
Answer my question. Would you allow him, if he said I'm a woman, to play in the American women's national team? You're using the wrong pronoun
Yes, right now. Hell yeah, are you kidding me?
Transgender female athletes in women's sports, only 18% of the country says that they should be, in fact, allowed.
This just makes me so fucking angry. Dude, this makes me so angry that this is how he edited this. This makes me so fucking angry.
Yeah.
How fascism works is it utilizes symbology to allow you to be the center of a symbolic series of representations. So that way, when someone says, should women be allowed in girls' sports, or should men be allowed in women's sports, immediately you place all of these things in your context, your daughter, your sister, your friend, your school, your area, without understanding the contingent reality of any of these people at all. Without understanding any of
we
it.
just hit 900 subscribers.
Happy days. So when you don't have, like, when your existence is this self-centered, which Americans are, we're really good at this. When they ask this, you're going to go, well, I don't want men, because you're picturing Hulk Hogan, men playing sports with my daughter who's 10. And you see things like that because you don't notice or look up.
Would you let Rick Moranis take part in women's boxing?
Would you let Rick Moranis take part
if
in
he
men's
identified
boxing?
as a woman? Yeah. Would you let him take part in women's boxing right now? No, because he'd be killed.
Would you let him take part in men's boxing? Like what does this mean? Like, why are we this is not the conversation. The conversation is, hey, by the way, we should be looking at people contingently. I always use the same argument, and Joe Rogan, again, this is how fucking dumb he is. The argument's the same as wrestling or anything else. Weight class comes first. Women's boxing, if a trans woman is 260 pounds and 6'7", don't put her in the lightweight class. She's not a featherweight. Like, she should be competing against others her size. Just like I wouldn't fight Floyd fucking Mayweather. Fuck, I wouldn't fight any of these guys. But like, you don't do these things because Jesus Christ, it's not a gender thing. It's a that person thing. So treat it as a that person thing.
Also, just by the way, I am like 245 pounds and 6 feet tall, and I've got some muscle bulk on me. Thank God. Otherwise, this would not be pretty. It already isn't. I would be very afraid to be in a women's boxing arena with people probably
you'd be in my weight class.
A little over half my weight. I would be very concerned.
You'd be in my weight class. We should do that sometime. If you ever want to box, let me know. That'd be fun for me.
I'll tell you what, guys. If we ever get $1,000 in donations, we'll have the Punching Brooks stream. Okay, it'll be great.
That's what would happen.
Canada will probably be a 51st state by the time we get to that point, though.
It's fair.
In women's sports.
Your argument is really bad on this, and you're out of your depth. You're correct that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports, but your argument for it is just scientifically and factually incorrect. I'm actually not bad about this. I'm 100% right on this. I don't give a the scientific explanations. People, if they identify as a woman, get to compete in sports. If that's not fair in the short term for a variety of little competitions, I don't give a
And I mean, my goodness gracious, 79%. You rarely get 79% of the country to agree on anything.
Because the societal interest of including trans people in society trumps stupid competition. Full stop. So I'm right about this.
I fucking love Emma. I do. She's a treasure. When she gets passionate, she's a treasure.
You're wrong about this.
You'd let Lionel Messi play in the women's national football team and destroy women's football forever. You'd let Usain
it'd be
Bolt.
very difficult.
Just as a note, if you were to ask all the women probably in the women's soccer, sorry, don't care about football, they would all be like, please? People would come and buy tickets. Like, of course they'd want Messi to play. What the fuck? Like, it's such a strange way to think about this.
Hang on.
To get a ticket, which would suck.
I want to do a little checklist here. You'd let Usain Bolt compete as a sprinter in the American women's Olympic team?
Yes.
Okay. You would let Floyd Mayweather compete as a boxer in the women's American boxing team?
If there are women in his weight class. Again, I got to tell you.
Answer that way. They need to answer that way. Like, here's the thing. I like Emma and whatnot, but like, you need to answer.
You need to add in
because that's a rhetorical trap that they're just walking right into, and it's frustrating to see.
If Floyd Mayweather has women in his weight class when he transitions and he becomes Florina Mayweather, good for her, but she should not be in the featherweight division.
Here's the thing. So the trap that's I agree with you. The trap that's being laid out is actually really easy to see, but you don't barrel through it. There's a specific way to diffuse it, because here's what people are seeing. Because here's the thing. They think, oh, we're protecting women. What they're actually saying is women are weak and pathetic. I'm thinking of my 2-year-old daughter over there, and I'm thinking of this giant burly man just kicking her around. But here's the thing. Women are in boxing not because they're weak and frail little delicate flowers that need to be protected. However, you do need to have weight classes so that men fighting other men aren't brutalized because they're fighting someone with machinery that's multiple times their size. So the answer is like exactly as you said, like would you let Usain Bolt run with women in his class or whatever, however you rate that? Would you let whoever box in their weight class or whoever that is? Or if you need additional metrics because that's not sufficient or specific enough, do that. That's all. Like you adjust the categories by the physical properties of the people there, not what's between their legs. Because guess what? A woman who's 170 pounds, who's an Olympic boxer, would kick my ass.
And for a long time, and it still goes on, by the way, is the idea of whether or not homosexuals should be allowed to play on street sports. That's a real thing. Do you remember that? That's still a thing, by the way. This is a thing actively happening still in a lot of rural schools, and it's the best response of all time is actually Doug Stanhope.
Why did I know it was going to be?
It is. Because Doug is a fucking brilliant leftist who doesn't even know it. Because his point is, because you inevitably have like that, the conversation always ends up, well, do you want to be in the showers after the game with a guy who lecture? It's like, why in your sport? How does he put it? He goes, after two gay guys doing gay porn finish their day, they shower separately. Why is your sport different? It's one of the best lines maybe of all time about it, because it's like they go home and they shower separately. So maybe it should be a better conversation about why guys who have $20 million a year can't afford separate showers. Why isn't that the conversation? Because they don't want that. It's the same thing they're doing here. It's weight classes and real conversations around, can these people compete? Because there's also, and if we all look back at the Olympics, we remember a boxer who is not trans, who was absolutely called that and placed into that and coded as that in every anger, because there are women who straight up are born with testosterone that makes me look like a chick.
Oh, no. How about this? How about try that? There are women who look very feminine, like cis women. You cannot use the "you can tell" line. You can't do that. You can't go, oh, they look kind of angler or whatever. It's like, no, these are cis women who look like women, but they dress in a masculine, quote unquote, fashion. They wore pants. There are people being removed from women's washrooms who are cis women because somebody can't stomach the idea. Some weirdo. I don't know. I have no point of contact with that psychology, even as a conservative in my childhood. That's weird to me. It's also weird that I think people just assumed they were lesbians because they wore flannel or something. But like stuff like that, it's like you think maybe
the kind of guy who said the word feminazi unironically, right? That's who that person is.
Actually, that's the funny thing too. Most of those people who were like massive misandrist assholes that provided a lot of the fodder for like those anti-SJW channels back in the day. Guess who those ones ended up being now? They weren't the radical trans inclusive feminists. They weren't those ones. Generally, those ones also fell off for similar reasons, because suddenly, after like being in the public eye and being like, oh look, that's the feminist representation, they started turning on their own because that's not who they were.
And again, it's one of those things that you kind of end up with two people in this argument. The vast majority of people, especially this is America, have no concept of real sports. When I say this, they don't do the sports. They don't understand the sports, or they don't compete in it. And it's really horrifying, the number of people who like are fans of these things and presume like, oh yeah, no, we're going to have boxing where it's like, Floyd Mayweather transitioning and beating the shit out of some 10-year-old, because that's the story that the right tells. But if anyone competes in sports, that doesn't even happen within genders or within setups. And if you are someone who knows that, you should be almost excited about that. Who the fuck cares? Letting people compete and be in their classes and be in their positions and fight and become the best of what they can be. That's the whole fucking point in theory. But again, not really to these people. Horrifying.
Would you let Magnus Carlsen play in women's chess?
Does he have a butt plug?
Yeah. Opposing them in women's sports. You get 67.
It would be his right as an American if he did.
Oh no, it's a joke about the butt plug scandal. Sorry, that's okay.
No, I don't know the butt plug.
It was
Wait,
a
did
chest
he have
joke.
a butt plug scandal?
I don't think it was him.
Oh, was he getting was that he was cheating?
It was the guy who had the butt plug that like someone was zapping his butt. It's like I like it. It was Neiman.
What
That's
are you
right.
talking about? Hang on, wait. The story of Hans Niemann's alleged vibrating anal beads and the biggest scandal in chess. Oh, he was getting cheat tips through his butt plug.
Yeah, someone basically.
Is that the conspiracy?
Yeah.
I thought that was fake.
Oh, you know what?
But I want to believe. I want
here's
to
the
believe.
thing. Everything's fake, I think. But I think everything's fake, but you know what? I want to believe. Cue the X-Files. I want to believe. Because like, I mean, of all the things to accuse someone of, like, it's not like it's such a particularly specific thing. I fucking love it. That's a thing I'll talk about forever. I don't care if it's real or not. He gets to be that guy. It's sad. It's like Richard Gere. It's done. It's a great story. It goes forever. It's a JD Vance fucking a couch. That's the story. That's just the story.
7% of Democrats, so 2/3 there. You get 64% of independents, so you get about 2/3 there.
So I'm right about this. You're wrong about this.
Okay, generally speaking, if you want to say that you're right about something, sure, everybody has their own opinions and it's their opinions. That's why they think that they're right. It's another thing to say that you speak for the left. As you just saw there, 67% of Democrats have a position that is actually to the right of mine.
Is that the left?
I say that
is that the left? Yeah, I know. Guess what their position on Gaza is, Jenk? Like,
as
girls. What do you mean you represent the left? Look at all of these liberal votes in Canada. It's like, I'm sorry. What?
Citing CNN polls as speaking for the left is peak whatever the fuck he's doing.
Especially when like the Republicans aren't. Well, why? I just think we need to be a little bit more careful about how we open up our institutions. No, it's like, no, we got to deport. They're coming in. They're eating the cats and dogs. Like, maybe people are Democrats because the alternative is insane, and not because they're actually progressive. Like, maybe. Like, you got two choices in this. Look, we gauged what the left said because we looked at what everyone who didn't vote Hitler believed. Like, I'm sorry. Like,
it's so awful.
Should be allowed to play in girls' sports in high school. 67% of Democrats say no, not allowed in any women's sports. So I'll work on my Democratic brothers and sisters, and I'll try to get them to my position on that. Nothing wrong with disagreements. And if Emma, Francesca, and others can convince 79% of the nation that.
But here's the thing. This is why what he's doing is shit. So if he were saying, and he were genuinely meaning, hey, look, people have disagreements on this. I actually don't drastically disagree with this position. We should just allow them. But you'll notice one thing in both Francesca's and Emma's clip is they were being told they were wrong.
Yeah.
So this is not that they're defending their position from someone saying they're wrong, someone who doesn't want to allow discussion, someone who doesn't want to allow those opinions, and who is specifically trying to snuff out those opinions.
By the way, do you want to know why? Do you want to know why he picked those particular appearances? It's not just because they had those people in them, because they had other people in them. For example, people like Piers Morgan, who Jenk is now absolutely relying on networking with because his own channel is flailing. It's pathetic. It's kissing the ring is what it is.
Well, it's and he may not know it if he does. I mean, I don't think he thinks this far ahead. He never has. But the idea as a thing where you're like, look, we've got to allow all the opinions. He's implicitly, almost explicitly, but he is implicitly saying you need to allow people to say that you're wrong and you need not to say that they're wrong. And that's fucked up. That's why this is a shit position. And Jenky, you ever see
so long as you're a woman, though, because he's argued with these people in the exact same way on these programs.
Yeah, he knows this shit. He knows this shit.
As opposed to that,
excuse me, women in my organization follow orders. Okay.
Yeah.
That side, fantastic. Happy to have it. Okay. So I think where the issue comes in is when things get personal. So we got 3 rules, generally speaking, on air here at TYT that are relatively bright lines. So one is, and I say relative, I'll explain that in a second. One is no lying.
No pores.
2 is no threats of physical violence. And number 3 is don't denigrate personally the other hosts in the network over and over and over again. And I say relatively bright
over and over and over.
It should be relatively easy to follow, but I get that people have
You had to say
disagreements.
that 3 times because the last time they did that with him.
I have a feeling those aren't the 3 rules. And the 3rd rule is don't be a meanie, stupid head to me a bunch of times, many times. That's how it's written in the bylaws. It's like, God damn it.
Hey, what's a lie? Are what they say about crime stats a lie or not? No, I'm not going to nitpick that. And
I will say, just because chat mentions it, I would have loved watching Jenk beat the shit out of Alex Jones. And it would have been funny, and I don't give a fuck. It would have been great. It still would be great, by the way. Still would be great. No?
I feel like Alex would win. He's got that Kung Fu Panda elasticity. Every hit he would get would just like bounce back on Jenk.
We get into heated debates from time to time. Me and Ben Glebe in the past, me, Ben Mankiewicz, me, Michael Schur, etc. And I love those debates. And somebody might cross the line and say something they shouldn't have, but we usually hug it out. And so I'm not nitpicking here. What we're looking for is, hey, are we all rowing generally in the same direction, or are some of us drilling holes in the boat? And so are you doing it over and over again on purpose to try to create an issue? Or even if you're not trying to do it, you are creating an issue by constantly attacking our own. And I have applied this 2 other times, which I'll tell you about in a minute. This all started, unfortunately, when I went on Francesca's show and we had what seemed like a normal conversation and debate about this issue until it made a turn. And this is part of the turn. Let me show you.
I'm reminded of the book by I think his name is Michael Schneider on tyranny, and he wrote it's like 20 lessons from the 20th century about authoritarianism and fascism. And one of the things that has come to mind when you say my strategy will protect us is he has this chapter. I'm going to bring it up. The first part of it called "Do Not Obey in Advance," and he writes most of the power of authoritarianism is freely given. In times like these, individuals think ahead about what a more repressive government will want, and then offer themselves without being asked.
God, it's a good book, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
There's a similar article on is it People's News Network or whatever the blog that you were getting some of those things from before I started reading. It's actually really good. There was a piece where they were talking about intellectuals in Italian fascism and how only a handful of them like actually resisted, and they were humiliated and put into exile and their lives were ruined. But as a consequence of everybody in advance signing a pledge of loyalty to the party, which didn't actually have anything to do with the particulars of what they taught, the entirety of academia, the entire intellectual class of Italy became effectively politically neutered and was then just subservient to the fascist party as a result. Even though they were reassured, it's like no, you just do whatever, but they couldn't speak anymore.
The book's called On Tyranny, 20 Lessons. On Tyranny, 20 Lessons from the 20th Century. A lot of really, by the way, really good alliteration in that title. Clever shit. But it's a phenomenal book that really goes through how over and over in the 20th century, we found ourselves under authoritarian ruler. People did. And the number one is, it's huge and it's perfect for her to bring up. Don't obey in advance. Don't presume their position and then find a way to find a middle ground, immediately giving ground. This was a This was the thing people yelled at Obama about as well, where he gave ground on, the public option for health before even trying to do anything. And this happens a lot. The Democrats are the kings of obeying in advance. That's their modus operandi. And it is disappointing to see Jenk doing it.
Well, I mean, it's relevant that Trump was able to sell himself, not insignificantly in part because he's a guy who can deal. And fundamentally, like, that's what these things are. They're negotiations. If you immediately turn on your belly in advance of any request being made for you to do so, they'll go, okay,
yep.
What else will you do for me?
Exactly.
A citizen who adapts in this way is teaching power what it can do. In other words, you don't have to do the sort of crackdown on the left around speech because I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to come to me.
Down. Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down.
See, that's
wait. Hang on. Wait. Pause.
Jenk,
this is him. This is Cenk's choice of clip to make himself look better. He looks like he's immediately spazzing out because somebody mentioned free speech. And you don't need to clap. No, you're clapping out. You're clapping down. You're the anti-free speech. It's like,
and it's again, it's what I just said, what his thing is. And I don't think he's doing like lying when he's saying this. He believes what he's doing is what he's doing. And I think what he's missing is that the clips he showed were them being silenced. Francesca and Emma being silenced, told their views are invalid, defending their views. And instead of Cenk doing what he's claiming to be doing, which he should be attacking the people who attacked them. Fuck Piers, fuck this other person. You guys have completely valid opinions and you shouldn't be stopped from having it. He's saying, hey, whoa, what you're doing is really bad. You should just let them say that your ideas are completely stupid and that you're garbage. Can you do that, please? It would be much nicer for all of us.
It would be easier for me to network with other larger, more successful populist channels if you did that.
Yep.
I'm going to do it for you, or you don't have to.
It's like that's what he's mad about. That's what he's mad about. He's mad about people from the Young Turks affiliated with the Young Turks going onto these channels and making them think that the Young Turks is not a hospitable place for right wingers. That's literally it. Because that's the media platform. Just so you know, like as a channel creator, this is the case at every single level. Why? Because you are constantly aware of these are all these pools of people that I can draw if I do X, Y, or Z. And the reason why you don't do X, Y, or Z that benefits you is because you've got principled reasons for not doing so. What is being revealed here is that he has absolutely no principled reasons for not trying specifically to appeal to right-wingers, not to convince them of anything, but to get their clicks by showing them that he's their friend, which is very different.
Or to be what I think he enjoys being, which is the right wings and the Republicans go, I mean, Cenk's reasonable. He like that is like sexually arousing to him, I think.
That's why he looks so wet all the time.
Yeah.
Again, you're misstating it. I'm doing the exact opposite. You're cracking down by saying, Jenk, you're out of bounds. So you should stop your stupid opinion and because you're implicating me.
I can't believe that
like, how does her response is, I'm not doing that. And then he cuts it. Like, dude, do you think you have like this is one of the things, TYT has probably a lot of different people, but it's a media literate audience, like much more so than like a Piers Morgan type. To do that, he thinks this is making him look really good.
I just can't, like, you are clamping down on free speech by telling me that I am going overboard. That, wow. If you criticize me for telling other people to shut up, you are clamping down on free speech.
I mean, that's classic conservatism right there, my friend. What do you mean I can't say that homosexuals are the devil? You don't want free reign of ideas.
It's even better than that, though. She's not even telling him not to. She said you don't need to. She said you don't need to. She didn't even tell him to stop. She said you don't need to. Here's a reason why you don't need to and maybe why you shouldn't. Nobody commanded him to stop anything.
No, I never saw that.
Nobody made any demand.
Stupid opinion. And because you're implicating me.
I can't believe that a guy who I like.
Me. You know what that is? You know what that is? That you're implicating me? That is a guilty conscience that can't help but bleed, okay? There's a heart ticking in his wall. He can't handle it. By the way,
He's
I won that earlier argument, full on fucking grifter. But like that's guilt. He knows. He knows. He knows.
Used to admire and who I thought had a lot of fight is trying to scratch the back of people who absolutely would never do the same for them.
So we just spent an hour and a half me explaining how I'm not scratching their back. I'm trying to get
But I can show you more
populace
clips,
to agree
man.
with us on things we believe in and we've always believed in. And you go back to scratching their back.
At least the trains will run on time.
The train's running on time, presumably a reference to Germany.
You think so, Jenk? Really? You might want to
not.
consult the history books on that one first. I don't know.
It's not. It's Italy. It's an Italy joke. Like, come on. It's the fascists.
It's just
the collaborator, and I'm scratching the right wing's back by having my opinion. The opinion I've always had, an opinion.
No, it's the opinion that they need to stop defending themselves, Jenk. That's the thing. And it's tough for them to state because it is a difficult conversation to have with people that you work with and you do other things with. But it's not that your opinion's the thing. It's that you're stating that they need to stop defending themselves because that's all they were doing. I have never seen clips of Emma going after people saying, you should shut the fuck up. I haven't seen Francesca do that.
No. Nope.
Like,
nope.
To people who say that trans people aren't human or don't exist, I've seen, but no one who's had like even a moderate take on like trans positions at all. I've never seen them do anything of the sort.
His immediate reaction to being said, hey, you don't need to tell people to silence themselves because you don't need to clamp down on these, is to immediately go public. We've removed her from all of our programs. She's gone. Let me enumerate her crimes. Like,
it's crazy, man.
Holy fuck, man.
I've had for years, and you guys have seen for years on the show. But if you don't agree with Francesca in that particular case and some other folks in the extreme left, well, you're not allowed to have that opinion. That is immoral by definition. And how dare you disagree with them?
But
that
she
makes
didn't
you a
say
right
that.
wing.
She didn't say it.
She never, even in your clip that you cherry picked because you thought it made you look good, which is astonishing
Insane.
to me. You look terrible. And now you look stupid to me because you thought that made you look good. Why would you even show a clip at all? She didn't show clips. She didn't need to. It was on her channel.
She did have a couple really clever lines.
Yes,
I mean,
really
to be fair, she's a comedian and she's married to a comedian. Like that's her stock and trade. She happens to be like very political. Like that's again, I've been watching TYT for a very long time, so I know too much about all these people. But like she's quick. She's always been quick. Jenk, that's not his jam. Yeah, Jenk's jam has always been the bigger than life guy. Ho 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 ho! Wow, like that kind of shit. That's always been his jam.
Or a collaborator, et cetera. But if you say, hey, Jenk, look, I know that she's quoting someone, collaborating with an authoritarian government and saying that that's what you're doing and you're helping the right wing, and that she's not open to the idea of, hey, maybe there's a different strategy and a different opinion on this that gets us the same result, protecting trans folks or whichever topic we're talking about. Okay, if you're not,
okay.
And at that point, I certainly hadn't done anything. I think that was, I didn't appreciate that, but that's okay. We kept going, and she's been on the network since. Then she started to do more and more and more, and it got more and more personal. So after that discussion, this happened.
I like that we can both be.
This is the same discussion, right?
Oh, I guess he's just decided that they're different parts of the conversation.
But he said it was like later.
Yeah, it sounded like a different event took place. But this is.
I'm pretty sure that. I mean, it's literally the same background, outfit, and hairstyle. So maybe it was later that day. But he seemed to make it sound like this was a while later, right?
It sounded like this was a separate event. I was expecting it to be like, oh, and then she started saying this about Anna Kasparian.
Because she's playing this back. And she's going to comment on it. We're going to reach reactception very shortly, everyone. Hold your shit.
Be very Mediterranean about it and get like super mad, but then rein it in and be cool and then be like, we're just going to yell and then we're going to be fine and then we're going to get over it. So that's the kind of beer I like to have.
Yes. Thank you.
2 days later.
I mean, I have my own thoughts on like why he's doing it. I think, if you think your brain was broken by the 2024 election, I think we're looking at a case where someone's brain was broken even harder.
Wait,
Okay,
hang on.
so-
That's the slander. That's the slander.
I think that's a fair
Chink's brain,
comment.
I think Chink's brain was broken by the 2024. That's it. Oh, I could handle her disagreeing with you, but she said my brain was broken by the 2024 election. I can't handle it.
Which-
My brain's not broken.
If that's the worst thing she's going to say about you, that's like, hey, actually he was really radically affected by the fact that the Kamala Harris campaign that they lost and that Trump won in 2024, and it really fucked him up, and he's trying to find his grounding. I have no idea why you'd be upset about that. You could say that to me and it'd probably be accurate. Like, I think 2024 broke my brain. I don't know about you people, but it's not an insult, is it?
It's a common turn of phrase. It's no different. It's actually no different than calling someone a radical leftist, actually, because you're making the exact same statement. You're saying this person is occupying an extreme position in reaction to something or because of some underlying thing, and they're not being reasonable. That's basically what the move is. She's saying she doesn't think that his position is motivated by having reason to it carefully. Instead, he's reacting to something in his environment, which is a very normal thing to argue about in politics, because not every single person is some philosopher king who's like carefully calculated out according to their reading of Kant what their political positions are. It's like, no, he's been like shell shocked by the fact that the Democrats lost so poorly and now we're in the shithole, and now he's making maybe rash decisions, maybe well-intentioned. In fact, that's the weirdest part about all this. The implication that he's brain broken by an election in which the Democrats lost actually suggests that he's actually motivated by noble intentions. She's actually complimenting him and giving him the benefit of the doubt. Well,
It's actually a very kind thing to say.
Well, he's overtly pandering to the right wing at the expense of his progressive audience, at the expense of his progressive colleagues. And it's like...
And it's even from a position almost of saying, have understanding for him, have a compassion.
Yeah.
Like, that's what it sounded like to me. Like, not to be weird about it, that sounded like compassionate to me.
But look, guys,
he's so fragile. Like, he actually cannot handle anyone in his organization having the mildest disagreement with him, which by the way tells us why Anna Kasparian has absolutely no issue at the Young Turks. And that's because he doesn't have disagreements with her. She's a pushover. Like that's it.
Said that about another host, I probably would have drawn the line there. But it's about me, so I wanted to give more leeway. My brain is broken. And by the way, that's still okay. The first time she's getting super personal. Collaborator,
that's
maybe
super
that's a political
personal
opinion.
Jesus.
Now we're a broken
Wow.
brain, even though we were supposed to have a beer and we were supposed to hash it out and be okay afterwards, but apparently not okay afterwards. But then that was the tip of the iceberg. She continued again and again. Here's the next one.
I do think it's sad that even though they allow people like us into the fold and the fray, they refuse to learn from us or listen to us. And I think that when you have been doing this work for so long,
Brooks, you didn't listen to her when she came into the fold. Unbelievable. That's just disavow. This is a two-man show.
This dude is like life goals for me. This dude, life goals. Yeah. This is life goals. I want to have my guitars. I want to have an amazing chair that's like at a cocktail table. That's like a cocktail table that he's got sitting there.
Brooks,
pool table behind him.
You can
and
wear
a full body onesie.
You can wear a teal onesie anytime you want.
I need to find one that fits me. It's very difficult.
I don't think it's a onesie, by the way. I think it's like a jumpsuit or something.
I don't care. It's amazing.
Okay.
This guy is living my dream. God damn it. Look at that. Fucking great.
And
he's set up like at a distance. I might do that. I might pull up a chair and do this for our next show and just like, yep. Like his hands are over. I love it. Man, he wins.
And you still cannot grasp the idea of intersectionality, how race and gender and class all intertwine with one another, and how the fascist goal is to divide us based on these lines. Like, I don't even know I don't know like who you are. Like I'm not even I don't even know if you're smart. You know what I mean? I don't even know. First of all, I don't know who your political mentors are. I don't know who you look up to. I don't know what your touchstones are. I don't know if you know your history in terms of like civil rights, women's rights, gay rights struggle in this country. I don't even I don't know anything. I call into question all of that. It sounds like you are just an opportunistic mouthpiece who wants clicks time and time again.
Okay, so obviously it's getting deeply personal there, opportunistic mouthpiece.
That's fair. That one's fair. That's pretty personal.
Can't grasp simple concepts, not
that
smart.
Being said,
but guys, and I'm not angry. Look, people have different.
That being said, he also flat out cut her off and told her, no, you're all anti-free speech because you made a mild criticism of me telling everybody else to shut up and bend over. Like, it's fair. Like, yeah, that's personal, but it's also earned. So the first one is like petty.
If you're gonna have a relationship with people, where you allow dissent, which I enjoy. I enjoy having real dissent. You have to be ready for your shit to get hurt. Like, that's just the way it works. You have to be ready for that because generally speaking, most people don't say things to hurt you. It's not really how a lot of this works. People try to describe things or are trying to communicate. The vast majority of it isn't being said to you. It's not like they're actually stabbing you with a knife. Even if they say something to hurt you, you have to take it in a way that allows that pain. So it's one of those challenges that you just can see in him. He was incensed just rewatching that clip just now and how serious he got and how that was too much. And it's like, my dude, we just watched you telling her to shut the fuck up.
And here's the thing. When he says like, and I hate when people do this, when he says like, look, this is any of the other co-hosts, I would shut this down right now. But I am a big, strong man and I can take it. Like, you know what that means? That means he's looking because has she said anything about any of the other co-hosts? So I have an excuse to get rid of this bitch who's questioning me live on television. That's what it is.
And he couldn't find it.
He couldn't find it.
Different opinions, and they want to make it personal.
I mean, actually, I don't know. He probably found one. She's got to have critiques.
Probably found it about Anna, that's for sure. But probably not. Again, these are very mild things. I think I've seen people. I mean, you and I have said worse shit about each other to each other a lot. Like, this is saying like, I don't think he's thinking through things. I think he's being a little opportunistic.
She's also very professional. So like, you know, she wouldn't, for example, write a blog post on their professional website saying, it seems like there is a sea of tits out here and I am drinking in tiny droplets. Obviously, the genes of women are flawed. They're poorly designed creatures who do not want to have sex nearly as often as needed for the human race to get along peaceably and fruitfully, unquote.
I never wrote that. Whatever you're about to say, I never wrote that.
I wasn't talking about you.
I'm just making sure everyone knows. I didn't.
No, Jenk wrote that.
Oh.
You didn't know that?
I've never seen this. I may have actually, because I know he's got, there's a whole bunch of this shit.
That's a thing. And it's like, here's the thing. It's a joke. It's a tasteless joke, but it's like, no, this is the professional who knows how to comport herself professionally. She's still going to criticize people she works with on her own show, by the way. This is on her own show. Like, it's very clear that his understanding of like her own show and her blog and whatnot, like when they are part of the Young Turks, no, this is his. This is his. You serve me. You work for me.
Yeah.
It's gross.
Someone in chat said, I've seen Emma go after Sam and Sam go after Emma way harder. Yeah. And with a lot more passion too.
Yeah.
I'm more sad about it.
Brain broke is
nothing.
I'll
like, say something at the end about that. But to me, the attitude that is toxic, and that's what I don't want at TYT. I want to build a community that is really open to conversations.
I want to build. I want to build a community that is really open to agreeing with everything I do and say in public. That's what I want. Like, but here's the thing, though. Emma wouldn't say about Sam Cedar that he is nakedly grifting because she can't, because he doesn't.
No, he doesn't. It's not a thing that even fits in his type of personality.
Yeah, but I also think she would if he did.
Oh, she would, without a doubt.
Like, yeah. It's just pathetic. It's like
Speaking
you're not the
of
main
grifting,
character, Jenk.
if you're out there and you haven't liked and subscribed to the screen, please do. There's a donation link also in the chat. If you head up, you can drop in on Stream Elements, drop us a little note. It gets TTS, and we will actually respond to what you're saying instead of just looking randomly at chat and deciding if you're worth it. Because, again...
You're not.
You're not.
They refuse to learn from us. So the idea is, well, obviously I'm right and the only moral center of the universe, and I already...
She's trying to tell you, Jenk, that they're the ones being silenced and they're responding and you're helping the silencer. That's what she's saying. I had to learn this. This is a tough thing as like a big, strong personality, like white guy in space. It's difficult in leftist spaces to not be hyper gregarious.
People in bars, yeah.
Well, I mean, that was another life. I've had a weird life, dude.
Yeah, but I'm gonna laugh at that one. Sorry, keep going.
It's a thing.
Don't mess with Brooks. Sorry, go on.
I mean, mess with me now. I'm old and fucking out of shape and fine. But man, when you are in a place and you see people responding negatively, minorities especially, women, it's easier to do with black women who are conventionally seen as being angry. Like the angry black woman is like a tropey thing. And you see them responding loudly to being told that their opinion is bad. They're being told it civilly by someone on the other side. Like Piers, who was saying, but isn't it a bit ridiculous to you to believe that people are human? I mean, let's be fair. Let's be fair. The shape of their head is determined that they are not human. Said so civilly. And in response, someone goes, fuck you. You should not. You're disgusting. That's awful. People should have fucking rights, and it's awful that you say otherwise.
Whoa,
and Cenk
that's
goes,
the real racism.
Whoa. Hey, settle down, my friend. Haven't you seen that they're being civilized? That's what Cenk's doing, and he doesn't see it. It's hard. It's difficult to get past it. It is. It's tough. You grow up, and I do have empathy in this sense. My age group and older, this is not a thing that you cared about, and it's trained into you in a different way. It's very difficult to think about it because you're the 90s and the 80s, the way that respect was taught, how it was used, how it's used in schools, very different than how it was in the 2000s or even the 2010s. And it's thank God it's going away, but it's a tough thing to train yourself out of. It is. But you need to. You gotta. Because that's what he's doing. Very frustrating. Sorry for the ramble.
He told him that, and this guy wouldn't even learn from me. It's just such a deeply arrogant thought.
But she didn't say that.
That if someone disagrees with you, they need to be.
She didn't say that. This guy, I told this guy a thing, and he just wouldn't let. She didn't say that. She never said that. That's a cliche and a stereotype of no. It's your job to shut up and listen and learn from the people who are speaking. And there are a lot of assholes who do that. But that's not what she did. What she did was she said, it doesn't. I don't know you personally. I don't know like what's motivating you. And when I observe your behavior and what you're saying, and maybe the fact that you had this ridiculous, clownish, fragile response to having it suggested to you, that maybe making it your life's mission to silence leftists from criticizing people on the right, that maybe there's a reason maybe to not do that. You flipped your shit and immediately started freaking out about how she's trying to silence you by suggesting that maybe you silencing other people isn't the best thing. Like, you look embarrassing. And what she said was, it looks like you're not motivated by anything good. It looks like you want attention. Why? Because the only alternative explanation is that you're insane. Because you are intellectually unreachable, and you're doing things that run directly counter to your avowed values and goals. So, like that's it. Nobody ever said, "Oh, this person wouldn't learn from me." I don't think this person is capable of learning from anyone.
And she was saying it with great sadness because again, the space, and it's before he was here in the 90s. Jenk was still political, but he was Republican. And in the 80s and 90s, one of the things that was very common, and it shifted from the 60s and 70s, where the politics of civility really took over in the 80s and 90s. If anyone who's British in the audience 100% knows what I'm talking about. Like the 80s and 90s was weird with, you'd have people civilly sitting around the table on PBS, and it'd be like Pat Buchanan talking about how black people still possibly don't deserve full rights. And then you'd have on the other side, like a white Democrat saying, well, I don't know if I'd go that far. And then what you'd have is you'd have activists angry and furious that this is the discussion going on, being sidelined on the news, and also by parents, by schools, by media figures, by local people, by newspapers, as crazies, as angry, as, over the line. And that space that sort of began to exist that really collapsed, I want to say, thanks to George Bush. Good job, buddy. We owe you that one. And has shifted into where we're at now, which is, I think the politics of civility is dead. And the sooner we can kill its corpse and stop walking around in it, the better off we are.
The politics of civility was always dead. Its only use and its only place was as an excuse to shut up the people who are directly affected by things, because that tends to make you a little uncouth. You tend to be a little less mild-mannered when it's your life that is being destroyed by the arrogant wafflings of people who have power but aren't affected by any of the consequences of the decisions that they make.
And it's how you end up in a position where people talk about Malcolm X. And I was, when I was young, like 80s, when we were learning about the civil rights movement, Malcolm X was seen as the extremist angry one. And that's why he wasn't able to do anything. This is how it was taught to us when I was like before I was 10.
Martin Luther King Jr. good, Malcolm X bad. By the way,
because he was so nice all the time and made sure everything was happy, and like there's
and also by the by, and this is the thing that Malcolm X critiqued Martin Luther King for: put children at the front of the protest so that when the people started beating up the peaceful protesters, you'd have the spectacle of the kids getting hurt first. Which, by the way, under such conditions, like, am I going to condemn him? No. But he's not a nice guy. Like, let's be clear for a second.
He was an activist.
People in politics are not nice. People in politics are either shills or they do what they have to do. That's it. Otherwise, you're useless. That's it. Politics is not for good people. That's not how that works.
It's for effective people.
It's for effective people. You're not allowed to be a good person in politics, even if you are. It's what sucks about it. But
and Jenk comes from this. Like this is this thing that you could almost describe it as, you can watch the generational shift happening as the new form of politics is taking over. Thank fucking God, as far as I'm concerned. But this older form of politics, which is because Jenk he's 10 years older than me. He's in that that generation.
I thought he was younger than that. How old is he?
Oh God, I hope.
I thought he was like.
If he's less than 55, I'm kind of going to be depressed.
He's exactly 55. Weird.
See, that's 10 years older
I thought he was in his late 40s. Weird. Okay.
But it's that generation and older. Their way they got shit done was useful under Bush, under Obama in some capacities. They were able to do things in that kind of politics.
Well, yeah, when it was like rah, let's blow up the Middle East. Yeah,
exactly. And that stuff, but it's gone. It's ineffective and it's useless. And this is the death throes of that. As far as I'm concerned, we're watching that. That's what this is, because this is just completely unhinged, and it's sad.
Well, channels that try to do that just don't grow. Wick TV, bless his rotten little heart, is still flailing along because nobody wants it. Nobody wants that. It's everyone knows it's
Wu
bullshit.
wants it.
Who wants it? Wu wants it.
Wu.
No, Wu doesn't even want it. Wu wants people who have no money as friends because they are very wowed by having friends that have money, and they will do anything for them.
Educated.
That's it.
And maybe they haven't read any books at all. Okay, did she stop there? Of course not.
Papa
And yes,
Sunday, Mama Brooks. Wondering,
thank you very much.
Are y'all going to stream every day?
Every weekday. Every weekday, 2 to 4, I'm going to be streaming on certain days. We're trying out as an experiment to see how it works. It seems it worked actually pretty good this time. As an experiment, what we're going to do is on certain days, Brooks is going to start his stream earlier, and one of us is going to be doing In the Fold a little bit early, and then we'll sort of merge midway through. So today, for example, we started off on my stream. We went a little bit, I think, like about an hour into the stream, and then we rated in. But it's going to be every
like a
single
lead
day.
in, like how TV has lead ins for things.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be every day from 2 to 4. My stream will still be going on my channel. Brooks' stream will still be going on his channel, but 2 to 4 p.m. every day here for
And
at
then
least.
Fridays is kind of
Fridays is a bit more,
because we're enjoying this. This is not depressing. The yesterday's and I mentioned at the beginning, and everyone was in agreement. Like, yeah, yesterday's stream was like fucking. That was rough.
Yeah,
that was rough. It was rough on me, and I know it was rough. Like, I was kind of ended, and I was like, oh, I just want to fucking just go to sleep. This is fun though. I like this. This is interesting and
yeah.
As
I think we're going to get a lot of mileage. I think we're going to get some mileage out of TYT.
I have a feeling Jenk isn't going to be able to help himself.
Yeah.
Do feel very implicated. I have felt implicated by their takes, specifically around crime and policing in years past, definitely by this new heel turn since Trump's reelection, and absolutely by the misrepresentation of the Los Angeles fires and who the responsibility lies on. It is
really rough.
Enraging, to say the least.
That is like the fact that Jenk won't own that fuck up. I think is very telling personally.
What is he going to? Why would he include that section here? That's a strange thing to include if he's not going to. This is Chenk's video, right?
It is Chenk's video from TYT. It is. Let's
see what he says. Maybe he will.
I know, but I just want to say, like, don't you agree that's it's a weird thing he hasn't like fessed up and apologized, but to add that in here because there's no reason for it. How do you justify it? Fuck.
Well, because there's a flip side to this. You might argue it. You might be able to argue it.
The Los Angeles fires are not the responsibility of the mayor. They're apparently the responsibility of Republicans, or I don't know. I don't know what her thought on that is, and I don't know why she's enraged by that, but that's okay. Apparently, I've taken a heel turn. By the way, all those folks, not just Francesca, but...
You blamed it on a guy.
You blamed it on a dude. You and Anna made it about a homeless issue, you fuckers. God damn. Dude.
Oh my God.
Dude.
He's just...
He didn't even defend it. He trumped it. That's what he did. I don't know. It's fucking, they're just crazy. It's fucking, I don't know anything that's happening. Fucking, there's weirdos. I don't even, the Atlantic's not even a real magazine. I mean, Fiorentina's not a real magazine.
I unfortunately have to wrap it up because I have to take an important call. I'm so sorry.
Do you have 5 minutes or are you finishing up now?
I got 5. We can do 5. We got to aim.
I kind of want to.
I
kind of want to skip ahead because there is. We're not even halfway there.
We're halfway there. We're like halfway. How far are we in? 13 and over 26 minute video.
We're about halfway.
We're a little
Fran
over
says,
halfway actually.
Jenk agrees with the right. He shits on her there. Times Jenk has enforced the rules, but then at the end it says TYT is the largest network on the left, and it's his defense of the network. I kind of want to do that, and then we can bounce.
Want to do that? Let's do that. Okay.
Because right-leaning and left-leaning online shows, Joe Rogan 39.9, they are sizable. Trevor Noah at 21.2 million on his podcast. Interesting. When you combine TYT shows, the Young Turks, Damage Report, Indisputable, Rebel HQ shows not on the chart, like the Watch List, TYT Sports, and
just TYT shows. So the Young Turks is right next to Rogan. We got 12 million subscribers, one of the largest.
It's right next to
the
Joe Rogan to the left,
but
guys.
Rebel Headquarters is also on there. Damage Report is on there. Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie's on there.
They've had
and when
shows.
You put them together, that's 18.8 million, and it is one of the largest presence in online media, period. If you include our alumni, people that have been part of the team.
What is 18.8 million what? Was that subscribers?
Followers, I'm assuming.
That's worthless. That doesn't mean anything. Here's the deal. I have, on my main channel, I have just under 22,000 viewers, or 22,000 subscribers. Do I have 22,000 viewers? No. At some point over the last 5 years of my channel existing, 22,000 people, I'm just going to round up a little bit, it's like I'm like 70 away. 22,000 people passed by, clicked subscribe, and never came back.
Correct.
though that 18.8 million, their current viewership right now, as we speak, because they're live right now. I guess it's TYT. TYT. They are live currently, or they were live. They are live. No, they're not. Their last one was 38 minutes ago. They were pulling. Actually, they're live right now. TYT News and Politics. They currently have 247 concurrent viewers.
We should rate into them. We should rate into them.
We can't. We're not monetized yet.
Oh shit.
We're not monetized yet.
Fuck, that would be goddamn funny. I'm going to put a link in there. We're going to tell everyone to go there and say, hey.
No, you can't do that. That's brigading. You can't do that.
Oh, god damn it.
Yeah, you can't. You can only raid for some reason. So here's
Shane, please fix your shit, buddy.
Guys, we are only 100 subscribers away from being able to do that.
Well, but we are at 900 subs. Thank all of you for helping us hit that in our first week.
Yeah, and for the 99 of you who haven't subscribed, to hell with you. But like they had 3,000 concurrent viewers, which is a respectable number. That's a lot. That's like 3 loner boxes, okay? That ain't 18.8 million. So when he says he has 18.8 followers, no, you don't. You have 18.8 people who clicked a link that happens to be called a follower or a subscriber or whatever on YouTube. That is worthless. There are channels with millions of subscribers, hundreds of thousands of subscribers all over YouTube that get no views because nobody watches them anymore.
Queeman beats TYT.
Like, well, their news channel currently, yeah.
I mean, that would be the point. 18.8 million. We're the largest on the left.
Let's see. Dude. What are they at now? They are at 263. How long have they been streaming for? Does it say? It doesn't. Oh, this is that one that doesn't let you rewind. Oh, that's those bastards. Like, here, let's just pop it up on the screen.
Like, what is the issue? Because
hey, it's
obviously
Anna.
Luna's a Republican. So do you want her with the slim majority that you have in the House? You want to maintain a situation in which some Republican members might not make it for a vote on legislation that you value? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. And what is the slippery slope argument? Like, I want to understand what, if you allow new parents to vote remotely, around the 12 weeks around the birth of the baby, okay, what's the potential slippery slope after that? Like, what could happen? I really don't understand.
What the fuck?
But nonetheless, Luna.
Fiorentina, Francesca just mentioned that don't give up before you've started. That Anna sounds like she's doing it here actively.
Look at this.
Amazing.
Mike Johnson is a kind man and his heart is in the right spot, but he's wrong on proxy voting for new parents. Here are some documents showing him voting by proxy in the 117th
for Congress people?
As late as December.
I don't know. I don't want to comment on this because we jumped into
Jesus Christ. I mean, it's just, but it is 277 watching now. So yeah, and they have a Amazon at the bottom. Good for them. Look at that, Amazon sponsorship.
They must be really threatening to the capitalist establishment.
Can we get an Amazon sponsorship? We got really close to like 250. We got like 217, 218 peak. Can I hit up Bezos? Do you think he'd sponsor us?
Bezos isn't the CEO of Amazon anymore.
I know.
Okay, so no, you can't.
It was a joke.
Excuse me, is this Mr. Microsoft? I'd like a sponsorship from Doom.
Yeah, it would be fun to call people and do that.
TYT network in one way.
He is chairman. This is
way or another throughout the years. They were at 30.1 million subscribers, but with the way that
how did he
include our alumni, people that have been in part of the TYT.
See, including the people who have touched our stuff and who have been part of our systems, we include them. That's how big we are now.
Network in one way or another throughout the years. They were at 30.1 million subscribers, but with the way that Media Matters does it. Today, actually, when you include all the platforms that we're on, some of which Media Matters did not count, we have 27 million subscribers. Now, why do I tell you that? Because guys, we're trying to build something Fox News has dominated discourse in this country for at least 20 years, almost 30 now. And they've made an enormous difference, and I think for the worse, for the much, much worse. We're trying to build a network.
You know that Cyanide and Happiness cartoon, The White Knight?
Mm-hmm.
He's just like, we have some. He's like a Batman character, but he's just wearing a KKK outfit. It's like we have some issues with your behavior. He's looking at photos of him like just arresting just specifically non-white people of various types, and he's like, "What's the problem? We're supposed to arrest those black people. You're not leaving any for the rest of us." That's all I'm hearing here. It's like Fox News has been so successful, and I envy them so hard.
That makes a difference for the better. But by the way, you don't have to agree with us, and you don't have to say, oh, well, okay, then great, and we should help you and support you. No, you don't have to do that. Build something of your own.
We are, and everyone else is, and here's the problem. Like, Jenk, good on you building TYT. Happy day. Like, genuinely, it's better than the Daily Wire as far as I'm concerned. But
that's high praise.
I mean, it is not. It is not. But what's happening is the same thing that always happens in these spaces. People who are slightly more conservative mentally or are thinking longer term, whatever it is, yell at the more extreme, the kids. That's what they do. This is the fucking, you guys need to learn to relax. You need to learn to do that because I learned and it's better for you. And they don't get, and you don't get, that Francesca, Emma, us, others, Vanguard people, others who are pissed about this stuff and angry are not saying that no one who can have a minorly small disagreement on trans rights in college sports. Nobody. That's not a thing. That's 5 people on Twitter who yell at you all the time and you take too seriously. The rest of us are trying to say, no, actually trans people should have rights. And we're getting yelled at and told we suck and that we're fucking wrong and that we should shut up. And when we respond angrily, you go, hey, got to chill out. You can't just don't do. And then we go, dude, shut the fuck up. You're like, shut the fuck up. You're saying that to me. And it's this insane place of resentment you've built yourself into. And it's incredibly painful to watch. I fucking hate it.
I've got a different analysis of this, and 2 points before I make it very quickly. First of all, I hate this stream title so much you have no idea. It's well done, but I hate it. Secondly, we do need to wrap up after this because I'm being urgently told.
No, I know. We're getting out
finally,
of it.
Finally, though, there's an additional element to this that I agree with everything you just said. I'm going to add to this as well. This is also why people are mad about this, because Jenk and Anna, they built up this platform as a progressive one. It took up a lot of media space. Now with the media space that they've gained and the audience that they've gained, they're throwing their weight around and trying to intimidate smaller channels from disagreeing with them, because they absolutely are doing that. Including, by the way, like making themselves a gateway into viability for channels. So for example, oh, this person minorly disagreed with me on this stuff. Minorly disagreed in polite terms. Yeah, she's not just removed. We're just banning her from the platform entirely. She's just gone. What that does, that sends a signal. Hey, if you had pinned any hopes whatsoever on networking with people in this sphere or like this, or people who are also hoping to network, yeah, you keep your mouth shut, because otherwise the gates are coming down.
Yep.
And it's actually gross, because what that is actually doing, by the way, is actually silencing people from speaking their actual opinions on things. Why? Because now they're afraid to, because the conditions of being viable in this media sphere are being silent on those.
And when you have a channel who ostensibly and visibly has what he's claiming about and how Media Matters looks at him and how other media figures in traditional media look at this space, they do look at those numbers. That's what he's right about. He's wrong that they're useful. You are correct on that, Sunday. The numbers are not useful, but they look at those numbers and they go, holy fuck. Look at this guy. He knows what he's talking about. He's the successful one in the space because of all the subscribers. And him shitting on Francesca, him shitting on Emma, him shitting on other people or in this position is gatekeeping those people from having mainstream acceptance or mainstream awareness or even being part of a conversation that might be broader. Because he wants, I mean, I don't even know if it's personal that he wants to control that, but it's 100% what he's doing. And it's really frustrating. But with that, thank you all for joining us on this lovely Friday. Hopefully it was a little bit more enjoyable and fun than yesterday. I think it was.
Oh God, it was. Yesterday was dour.
Yesterday was a lot.
Yesterday was a lot.
Next week's going to be a lot.
Yesterday was the here's all the ways we're going to die stream. I think we should mix it up and do stuff like this more often. I don't think
I really have enjoyed this stream a lot. And
this was a lot more fun. I don't feel like, oh God, I need a drink after this stream.
After a stream yesterday, I went and I like hugged my kids for a few minutes and like sat and just looked at them because it just But we broke 900 subs. If you're watching this, give a like, give a subscription, hit that bell. Right? That's how it goes. Is that how it goes?
Yeah, you got to hit the bell because subs don't matter. By the way, once again, TYT.
Subs don't matter.
You got 18.8 million subscribers. Yeah. What percentage of those do you think are actually getting notifications when you go live? It ain't 18.8 million. I'll tell you that.
But with that, we're going to say thank you, and we'll see you on Monday. We'll be here 2:00-ish to 4, right, Sunday?
And be sure to consume an appropriate amount of fiber on a daily basis.
Is that just because you're looking at Jenk again?
I
feel like
increasingly suspect he just lives off of a diet of warm pate that he drinks from a baby bottle. But
take care, everyone.
Bye.